Anyanyawaan, ang hereja Equatoria dang. Torit mutiny, anyanya, ang hereja Equatoria dang. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. Anyanyawaan, ang hereja Equatoria dang. Torit mutiny, anyanya, ang hereja Equatoria dang. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. Iterio na remdo 1955. Iterio iba Equatoria. Iterio nya iba olori. Ore misi ore mi igwa olori. Angereja ore misi iaba obiliba. Igorong tongol gogoto unik. Igotori mundu kuru. Aria igulo nuga ingadi ilangi. Oyei. Oye idengere wosi gulo nuga igimodonge. Ajoni oye idengere wosi gulo nuga igimodonge. Anyanyawaan, ang hereja Equatoria dang. Torit mutiny, anyanya, ang hereja Equatoria dang. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. Anyanyawaan, ang hereja Equatoria dang. Torit mutiny, anyanya, ang hereja Equatoria dang. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. They must be remembered all the time. Anyanyawan, our heroes. Salute Daniel Jumik Tongun. Salute Marco Rume. Salute Sanabio Opong. Salute Emilio Raveng. Salute Pompeo Rosenger. Salute Lodu Lokang. Salute Vilane Locha. Salute Akimo Kariba. Salute Anyanyawan Dang Ramaji. Equatoria Cops our heroes. They died for us. They died for the land. The beautiful Equatoria. Anyanyawan, ang hereja Equatoria dang. Torit mutiny, anyanya, ang hereja Equatoria dang. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today.
كمان بإنجليزي قاعد تتكلم عن الحوادث اللي حصلت في توريد في ثورة توريد 1955 يوم 18 أغسطس لما بدأ الشرارة بتاعت الحركة الثورية في مدينة توريد العريقة وهي معروفة. فقبل ما نحن نمشي قدام نحاول نخط الموسيقى الثاني مرتين وعشان عندنا تكنيكال بروبلم شوية في الفيسبوك بعدك هنيجي ونتكلم في الموضوع إن شاء الله. شكرا لكم. بس try to pin our brothers and sisters in so that we can go further on this. Thank you very much and God bless you all. God bless South Sudan. So Brother Sabata and Brother Lolako allowed me to continue play a little bit of the music, and then we'll end the music with our usual song that Medina Juba. But right now, I'm going to play a song of my cousin Tommy Flomo. Tommy Flomoy is my cousin. He does, made this song, and I would like also to thank Victor Charles. Hopefully that he sent me this song today, and I was wondering what kind of song that I can play today. And just within 10 minutes before they start our program, he just sent me this song, and I'm very, very happy. And I appreciate Charles so much. Charles, thank you. God bless you. And we'll continue playing this song. Thank you very much. I'll play the song again.
Angere jaki Equatoria down, Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. Anyanya one, angere jaki Equatoria down, Torit mutiny. Anyanya, angere jaki Equatoria down, Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. Iterio nyana remdo 1955, Iterio iba Equatoria, Iterio nya iba olori, ore misi ore mi idwa lori, angere jak ore misi iyaba obiliba, igorong tongo utoni, igotori mundukuru, aria igulo nuai ngadi ilangi, oye idengere gosi gulo nuai modonge, ajoni oye idengere gosi gulo nuai modonge, anyanya wan. Angere jaki Equatoria down, Torit mutiny. Anyanya, angere jaki Equatoria down, Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. Anyanya one, angere jaki Equatoria down, Torit mutiny. Anyanya, angere jaki Equatoria down, Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. They must be remembered all the time. Anyanya one, our heroes. Salute Daniel Jumik Tongun. Salute Marco Rume. Salute Sanabio Opong. Salute Emilio Raveng. Salute Pompeo Losenger. Salute Lodu Lokang. Salute Vilane Locha. Salute Akimo Kariba. Salute Anyanya Wandang Lamaji. Equatoria of our heroes. They died for us. They died for the land. The beautiful Equatoria. Anyanya Wan. Angere jaki Equatoria down. Torit mutiny. Anyanya. Angere jaki Equatoria down. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. Anyanya one, angere jaki Equatoria down. Torit mutiny. Anyanya, angere jaki Equatoria down. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today.
Julius on the beat.
Remember, Anyanya one revolution whose blood cemented the beautiful Equatoria. God bless.
So I would like to thank, first of all, my cousin Tommy Folomo about this great song that what he tried all his best to play it for us so that we can celebrate this day. And also I would like also to thank all of you, those who are here. But before, again, as usual, South Sudan is not a cup of tea. I would like to put his favorite song, that is Fi Madina Juba, because Madina Juba will let us all Equatorians feel that we are at home. We feel that, we are really, son of Equatoria. And we're proud. We are very proud to be sons of Equatoria. We are proud about all our grandfathers, those who fought to start this revolution. Even have been stolen somewhere here and there, but we are proud. Please share the room and let me play Fi Madina Juba, and then from there we'll start our program tonight. Thank you very much for understanding. And of course, this song has been sung by Mahmoud Abdulaziz, and it is also one of our beautiful songs that we are proud about it. If some people, they can think about a region, our towns as well. So I'm going to play it as well.
في مدينة جوبا أجمل مدينة تيار بني سريع ودينا في مدينة جوبا أجمل مدينة تيار بني اشتقنا لمونتي لماما رجينا اشتقنا لمونتي لماما رجينا في مدينة جوبا أجمل مدينة مدينة جوبا أجمل مدينة هيا لقومي سريع ودينا سلام بتاعكم ناس في كتوري سلام بتاعتكم ناس في ملكية سلام بتاعكم ناس في كتوري سلام بتاعتكم ناس في ملكية سلام بتاعكم ناس في أطلع برا سلام بتاعتكم ناس في كونيو كونيو في مدينة جوبا أجمل مدينة تيار قومي سريع ودينا حبيبي لقيته يوم في موقفي mashena sawa nesala nyakure habibi lagetu yo fi mawgafie mashena sawa nesala nyakure المدينة جوا المدينة يا ربوني سرين ودينا حبيبي لقيته يوم في موقفي مشينا سوا لصلاة يقولين حبيبي لقيته يوم في موقفي مشينا سوا لصلاة يقولين ونلعب سوا ونونس سوا ونلعب سوا يوم علي جنوبي سوا 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 سوا
Sawa, 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 sawa as a South Sudanese, and in the same time, sawa, sawa بيهمنا يوم 18 أغسطس 1955 ونحن بنحتفل اليوم بالاحتفال بتاعت السنة 68 سنة 68 لهؤلاء العظماء الذين كانوا في الأحراش وقالوا كلمة الحق من أجل تحرير العقل الجنوبي من سلطة بتاعت الجلاب الحانتك وبتاعت الهيمنة وهم قالوا كلمة الحق. لكن كلمة الحق ده أخونا تومي ترجمه في غنية بسيطة جدا عشان الناس قبل كانوا ما فيشين وأنا عشان لسه قاعدين ننتظر واحد of our speakers. The song is not very long. Just will take some minutes and then Brother Sabata will start. Thank you very much. Yeah. We'll start again and we'll begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Johnny Play.
Anyanyawaan, ang ereda Equatoria dang. Torit mutiny, anyanya, ang ereda Equatoria dang. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. Anyanyawaan, ang ereda Equatoria dang. Torit mutiny. Anyanya, angere jak Equatoria down. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. Iterio nyana remdo 1955. Iterio iba Equatoria. Iterio nya iba Torit. Ore misi ore mi idwa lori. Angere jak ore misi iyaba obiliba. Igorong tongol gogotoni. Igotori mundu kuru. Aria igulo nuga ingadi ilangi. Oyei. Oyei dengere gosi gulo nuga igimodonge. Ajoni oyei. Oyei dengere gosi gulo nuga igimodonge. Anyanyawan. Angere jak Equatoria down. Torit mutiny. Anyanya. Angere jak Equatoria down. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. Anyanyawan. Angere jak Equatoria down. Torit mutiny. Anyanya. Angere jak Equatoria down. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. They must be remembered all the time. Anyanya one, our heroes. Salute Daniel Jumik Tongun. Salute Marco Rume. Salute Sanabio Opong. Salute Emilio Raveng. Salute Pompeo Rosenger. Salute Lodu Lokang. Salute Vilanelo Cha. Salute Akimo Kariba. Salute Anyanya Wandang Ramaji. Equatoria of our heroes. They died for us. They died for the land. The beautiful Equatoria. Anyanya Wan. Angere jak Equatoria down. Torit mutiny. Anyanya. Angere jak Equatoria down. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. Anyanya wan. Angere jak Equatoria down. Torit mutiny. Anyanya. Angere jak Equatoria down. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today.
Julius on to be.
Remember, Anyanya one revolution was not cemented. The beautiful Equatoria. God bless.
Yeah. قبل ما نبدأ, I would like all our brothers and sisters and all the Equatorians and the South Sudanese, those who believe about August 18, 1955, can take a minute of silence to remember our great heroes, those who start to say that the human right violation cannot be in our land. Those who start and say we refuse kind of hatreds, we refuse any kind of atrocity that it can be in our land. So those are our grandfathers. Please, let's give them 1 minute of silence. Thank you. Thank you very much for 1 minute of silence to remember all our heroes. I would like, first of all, to welcome all my elders, those who are here. And also, I would like also to welcome my brothers and sisters and all the South Sudanese citizens all over the world, and particularly to all the Equatorians all over the world and inside the South Sudan, and those who are also in diaspora, those who are in the Facebook and also in the clubhouse. And I'm very glad and very happy that also to welcome our intellectuals, those who is still keeping the spirit of their grandfathers, and they cannot abandon what their grandfathers fought for. And they're still fighting for the right of Equatoria and the right of South Sudan, of course, in general. I'm very glad and I'm very happy today. But in the same times that I am sad because it seems like our objective and our vision start to be dropped. And some people, they would like to steal it. And that cannot be acceptable. So my grandfathers, those who start this revolution in 1955 in August in Torit, when they came out, they came with their heart, with their mind, and they said that what we have in our hands, we can do something. And they did. That's why if you see the song of my cousin Tommy Folomoy, he said that our grandfathers, they give a lesson to the Arabs at that time, and they killed them with very strong numbers, and they buried them in Iliangi and under the mountains in Torit. And he spoke out and saying that also he is proud for all the Equatorians, those who fought for Anyanyawan, and we should give them respect and honor. I'm not going to deal too much about it, but I'm going to leave this for our elders and our intellectuals, those who are here, to come with the fruits that what they have seen at that time when their grandfathers start the fight in 18 August 1955. We are proud about it, and I'm very proud about it. That's why today in the Facebook, I dress my military uniform to remember my grandfather and to remember also our grandfathers, those who fought. I salute them all from here. So nobody will think that why I put this dress today, because for some reasons, but for them as a respect, because we as the soldiers and military, we honor the people, those who fought for the right through the guns. That's why I salute them all from here. So thank you very much. Dr. Hakim Dario, I would like to welcome you. In the platform of South Sudan is not a cup of tea today for this event. And also I would like to welcome Ustaz Daniel as also one of our historical background in Equatoria. Then he's going also to give us a historical memory about 1955. And also I would like to also welcome one of my youngest brother Bulldozer Lolaku. Also, he's a great man about historical background, about our people back home, and also about grandfathers. Also, I would like to welcome my brother from our team also in South Sudan, is not a cup of tea, Brother Sabata Rombe, and his father also is one of our great leaders in Equatoria. So, brother, I'm very happy today. Also, we continue doing our mission to enlighten our brothers and sisters in our platform. South Sudan is not a cup of tea. So thank you very much. And we are still waiting for Dr. Hakim Dario. And soon, also, I will be happy that if Sister Teresa will join us later on also to give us as one of our sisters also that we are proud about her, and also our sister Joanna, Governor, and all our sisters, those who are, here in the media, used to speak out about the right of our people. So brothers and sisters and all the citizens of South Sudan, and especially to the Equatorians, that I'm very proud today to celebrate this event. So Dr. Hakim Dario, before me to start, let me give first of all to Brother Sabata to say hi to the viewers and to the audience as well, and then followed by Brother Lolaku, and then Ustaz Daniel, and then Dr. Hakim Dario. Thank you very much. And then we are running this show in the Facebook and also in YouTube and also in the clubhouse as well. Thank you very much, and God bless you, and God bless South Sudan, and also bless our people in Equatoria, and also give our grandfathers a very, very good place in heaven. Thank you very much. Brother Sabata, take over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Mojasif. I also want to take this opportunity to thank everybody who has come up here to participate in this discussion. Indeed, it's a very great day for South Sudanese, and we will explain as we go, as we discuss. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all the people who have come down there on the audience, those who are also participating by making comments. Thank you very much for coming. I'd like to also ask everybody to share this room so that we'll continue to have many people as possible to come and listen to the discussion. And it's a very, very important day for all South Sudanese. And we are here to explain to all South Sudanese why today is a very, very important day for South Sudanese. So please share this room. We did this on behalf of this introduction on behalf of South Sudan is not a cup of tea. And at this point, we are missing Pam, but Pam will join us very soon. And we will keep the discussion rolling. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Brother Lolako will go ahead, and then Daniel, followed by Daniel immediately. So I don't need to come in, and then Dr. Hakim. Thank you.
Thank you, Mujasif, and the team of South Sudan. It's not a cup of tea. Dr. Hakim Dario, Brother Daniel Down, Sabata, all the listeners in the room, my greetings to all the Equatorians and other South Sudanese who are in the room tonight. I'm very happy to once again in this year that we have come here to commemorate this day. It is a happiness, although at the same time it is so sad because we are speaking about a stolen victory. But I know the history will teach us the truth. And there is a possibility that when the truth will be spoken, there will be a chance that life will be better. It is a very great day today that we have come here all. And this is the same spirit that our parents fought in all parts of Equatoria, as we meet here today, in all parts of the world, in Africa, in Australia, in United States. We meet those in Europe, those in Asia. As we're meeting here, this is the same spirit that our parents fought in. I'm just very delighted, although it's also burning me. So everyone is welcome. We participate freely. We speak what is in our hearts, and then this will help us and with our generation to come. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mujasif Sevit Lanti, for this historic day. This is Daniel here, Daniel Simon Soro, also known as David Lado. Today is a historic day, and I'm so glad to be here. I want to thank Dr. Hakim Dario and Dr. Al-Haj for being here, and all of you audience. and all our viewers and listeners around the world.
Through the Facebook today, I have the time, but I tried it through the Equatoria Broadcasting Corporation. I wasn't successful there. I tried through the Kush Voice of Kush Wisdom. Wasn't successful there, but thankfully there are different means of media, so I'm able to come through the Facebook. Through the Clubhouse. So I'm glad to be here. So indeed, it is a historic day. You know, the spirit of truth will always prevail. And this is what we are doing here today. Our great ancestors have started this struggle 68 years ago. And by human years, this is a long period of time. This is a time in which we had anticipated that the fruits of the struggle of our people may have been realized at this time. But as you can see, our country is still struggling to define itself. And the people of Equatoria, especially, the birthplace of the revolution of the people of South Sudan, is going through turmoil. So today, I'm commemorating this event with mixed feelings. On one hand, we want to give credit to our ancestors who have done their part in sparking the flame of liberation in our region. And then at the same time, we're still struggling to realize. In the beginning of the month, attending the ESCA conference, and one of our elders, one who actually brought to our attention about the celebration this year. This celebration is supposed to be also commemorated in Torit. As you know, Torit is the birthplace of the revolution. Supposed to be celebrated on the 18th of this month, which is today. Maybe in Africa, it is few hours ahead now. But according to what I heard, that the government did not agree for the youth to celebrate this event in Torit. So whether it is true or not, this is something that I will wait for confirmation. But in any case, we are still here. We are now carrying the baton of this revolution forward, so that we make sure that, you know, these dreams are realized, and then the people are free and happy in their country. So I will talk more in detail about this event. I will do the historic part, how this revolution started, and then I will also talk about the execution part, which is the military part, later on in the program. So I want to thank you all once again. Let's dedicate the souls of the people who started this revolution to rest in peace, and let's not forget them all the time. Let's always remember them, because through remembering them, then they may also continue to be with us in this struggle for freedom and prosperity in our region. So thank you very much once again, Mujasif, and thank you for my fellow brothers who are up here, Mr. Lolako, who had tuned in from Africa. Thank you.
Yeah, first and foremost, I want to thank you, Mujasif, and the team of South Sudan is not a cup of tea, for inviting us and hosting this historic anniversary of the 1955 August rebellion in Torit. The rebellion, as you all know, was all about freedom. And that's why today we continue to remember the lives of those people, the brave actions that they undertook to make history. So they paid the ultimate price in their lives to write this history that we now remember. And throughout the years and decades that followed, we have come to recognize and appreciate the magnitude and the intensity of the struggles of our people, which ushered in the Anyanya liberation, South Sudan liberation movement. It all started because there was a foundation for it. This foundation was created by the sacrifices of those who rebelled in Torit on August 18, 1955. But what does that teach? What does that instruct us today? How far have we come in terms of what those ancestors and forefathers did? What did they want to achieve? Have we fulfilled the expectations of the 1955 August 18th revolution? Those are the kind of questions that we need to ask ourselves. I recognize that the 18th of August 1955, this rebellion today has not been formally acknowledged and recognized by and in the Republic of South Sudan. And that beggars belief. History for what now became to be known as the Republic of South Sudan would have not come about had it not been for the revolution of 1955, had it not been for the sacrifices made by those forefathers who offered their souls in the altar of sacrifice to bring about the revolution, to bring about consciousness for our rights, for our liberties, for our freedom, to be a nation. That's the least they could have done. And today, we are very proud to be the heirs of that faithful, decided, and decisive and huge sacrifices of our people who paid with their ultimate lives. So we will ask ourselves questions tonight as to how far have we come? Where are we going from here? And this is particularly important day for Equatorians. And we'll explore why this day is a very important day for us in our history as the people of Equatoria. It was Equatoria Corps that led this revolt. It was members of the Equatoria Corps who rebelled against the Sudanese regime that took over the reins of power in the country. So I welcome the contributions of all of our brothers and sisters here for us to look back in history and project the trajectory of our country and of our nation and ask questions as to where we're headed. So I'll stop here for now and I'll come back as and when the opportunity arises for me to make a contribution. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Hakim Gadio. And also would like to give a chance to Dr. Al-Haj Paul also to greet the audience and the viewers also in the Facebook. And then from there, we'll proceed with our topic tonight. Yeah, some people that are asking where we are, playing this program in the Facebook. We are doing it in The Voice of Kush, and also I share it in my personal page. Also, we share it in the program of YouTube, so you can go there and you follow up. And for example, for Sas Daniel, if you'd like to join me in the Facebook, please text me in Messenger so that I can send you the link. So for those who'd like to join in the Facebook, they can just send me a text so that I can send you the link, so that can bring you inside the studio. Otherwise, it is very difficult to come in. So you have to use, I think, StreamYard. I will just copy and paste for you, and then you follow up the instructions so that you will be in this video. Dr. Al-Haj, welcome again, and you're always with us, but today for us is a special day. So I would like also to give you a chance to greet your brothers and sisters and all the South Sudanese and also Equatorians, those who, start this revolution in 1955, and their soul, they may rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Mujazi, for inviting me to this memorable occasion. I would like to greet all the members of the panel, and I would like to commend them for opening speeches that are very informative, and also to me it brings up the emotions of what South Sudan is all about. And I also want to say greetings to all the people down there who are listening to this program, celebrating with us, and also trying, for those who do not know much about what transpired in South Sudan during that time, they will be able to listen to some of the stories or some of the arguments that led to that event, and what has happened in the last 68 years that has now brought Equatoria to be where it is, which in terms of contrast presents a completely peculiar picture. This 68th anniversary of 1955, I think, is a very important date. As people say, history is very important, especially for any social group, because it provides markers for very important events that characterize part of the identity of the people, and also it remains a reminder to the younger generation, and it also plays a big role in trying to help us with developing a state that befits the first pioneers of the idea of South Sudan. I think the 1955 event has been captured succinctly by the paper presented by Professor Peter Tingwa, which gives a clear timeline of what happened. And I think all South Sudanese should read that document, that they are more empowered in terms of knowledge. It is important that the younger generation acquaint themselves with that knowledge, because presently we have people who are trying to claim glory when they have not even thought of how the history of this country was started. The events of 1955 were crucial because there were conspiracies between the Sudanese state and the colonial powers that colonized Sudan and offered Sudan independence in 1956. And in that betrayal and deceit, a good number of South Sudanese lost life. So the idea of South Sudan itself was sparked and colored with the blood of our people. And it is those who paid dearly for what South Sudan has become today, unfortunately, are forgotten. They are never spoken about, especially the members of Equatoria Corps, King's African Rifle, who were executed. And I think they number over 200 something. I had conversations with Lawrence Modi, who was a previous minister in South Sudan. He had vivid memories of how a lot of people were executed in what is called Jebel now, that place called Rock City. Most of those people were executed around that area, especially at the turn of the road. And many people now have claimed those places around Jebel Kujur and renamed it as Jebel Dinka, that this was a place of Dinka. Dinka used to live there. Now, the events of 1955 tell us something different. And perhaps those people who say that that thing is Jebel Dinka and Dinka used to live there, perhaps they will come and tell us exactly what happened in that place and where were they when these events were going. So what we should struggle is to try to find the list of the executed, because those, I think, to me, were heroes. They were condemned by the colonial powers and the Sudanese Authority wrongly, and I think unfairly executed, unjustly executed. And we should make every effort to research and find their names, and if and when we need to erect some memorials with their names and a little bit of their history at the bottom of it, so that people know exactly who were the first people who sacrificed for what is now called South Sudan. Who are the first people who thought about the idea of South Sudan and who sacrificed for it. I think this is very important. And here I would like to thank Professor Peter Tingwa for job well done. And as we today continue on this deliberation, I'm sure many people will come with a lot of information and we will learn from each other. A lot of us are not well versed with those events because there's no proper record of it. But I think one thing that I just want to say is I have always believed that the pioneers of the independence of South Sudan in our great forefathers should not be betrayed by us. We must stand with them and we must realize the South Sudan that they wanted, and we must bring it to make sure that we destroy this thing called tribal state. The tribal state of South Sudan must be brought down by all means, because those people who have now tribalized the state did not contribute in the initial stages of the idea of South Sudan. The record is there, it can speak for itself. Let me stop here and allow others to continue talking, and in the discussion, I think we will be able to advance this topic further, but I would like to thank all of you and all the people listening down there for attending this very important event. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much, all the South Sudanese. And also I would like to thank all the elders of South Sudan and also the elders of Equatoria. And also I would like to thank all our women and also our children and the young generation, those who are looking forward for the change to come in South Sudan. And also they cannot forget the memory of their grandfather. So thank you very much, gentlemen, and my elders as well. That respect for you from my grandfathers up to right now, that this is the way how we do things. But Brother Sabata allowed me that we'll start this program with one of the young brother, and then we followed up with our elders, those who are in the stage. But before that, let me just give a short play music to start our program so that South Sudan should know that where the revolution is started and who started that revolution and how those people they are. The song have been sung by Tommy Ofolomoy. Just short minutes and then we go ahead. Thank you very much for your understanding. God bless you. And Brother Daniel, Ustaz Daniel as well, if you would like to join me, please just send me a message in the messenger so that I send you the link and then join me in the studio in the Facebook. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Tommy
Good city music. Anyanyawan, angereja Equatoria down. Torit mutiny, anyanya, angereja Equatoria down. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. Anyanyawan, angereja Equatoria down. Torit mutiny, anyanya, angereja Equatoria down. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. Iterio nyana remdo 1955. Iterio iba Equatoria. Iterio nya iba olori. Ore misi ore mi idwa lori. Angereja ore misi iyaba obiliba. Igorongto Mongo utoni. Iotori mundu kuru. Aria igulo nuga ingari ilangi. Oyei. Oye idengere wosi gulo nuga imodonge. Ajoni oye idengere wosi gulo nuga imodonge. Anyanyawan, angereja Equatoria down. Torit mutiny anyanya, angereja Equatoria down. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. Anyanyawan, angereja Equatoria down. Torit mutiny anyanya, angereja Equatoria down. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. They must be remembered all the time. Anyanyawan, our heroes. Salute Daniel Jumitongun. Salute Marco Rume. Salute Sanabio Opong. Salute Emilio Raveng. Salute Pompeo Rosenger. Salute Lodu Lokang. Salute Vilane Loja. Salute Akimo Kariba. Salute Anyanyawan Danglamaji. Equatoria of our heroes. They died for us. They died for the land. The beautiful Equatoria. Anyanyawan Angereja Equatoria down. Torit mutiny anyanya, angereja Equatoria down. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. Anyanyawan, angereja Equatoria down. Torit mutiny anyanya, angereja Equatoria down. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today.
revolution is on to be.
Member, Anyanya One revolution, whose plan cemented the beautiful Equatoria. God bless.
So, angere jak هو angere jak ده معروف إنه الناس بتاع الشجاعة ونحن الناس بتاع الشجاعة عشان ما في زول بكرة يجي يقول والله الناس زي كده. That is nonsense. So, Brother Lolaku, I would like to start with you as one of our young brothers, and we'll leave the elders to come later on. So please, you have 7 minutes to give us the keys, what you prepare for us for this day. Brother Lolaku Bulldozer, thank you very much. Respect to all our elders and also to our intellectuals. I would like to start with our young brother, Bulldozer Lolaku. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Joseph.
And the listeners in the room, it is my pleasure today to be a part of this great discussion as we are commemorating our heroes who have laid a strong foundation to what we have, a country today that is called South Sudan. In the first place, I wanted to start by reading some few names for the heroes, beginning from east to west, who have shown for us that the independence or freedom cannot only be achieved by the word of mouth. Freedom cannot be achieved if we cannot talk as men on the table and then we do what we want. I want to appreciate and I want to salute our hero Dominic Cassiano Dombe. I want to salute Isaiah Paul. I want to salute Alison Manane Magai. I want to salute Dominic Dobi. I want to salute Timon Boro. I want to salute Elia Rume. I want to salute Elia Lupe. I want to salute Benjamin Loki. I want to salute Lazarus Mutek. I want to salute Tapeng Lodingi. I want to salute Albino Tombe. I want to salute Isbon Mondiri. I want to salute Marco Rume. I want to salute Joseph Ohide. I want to salute Agri Jaden. I want to salute Professor Satrino Lohure. I want to salute Satrino Olire. I want to salute Michael Leroy. I want to salute those whom their name did not appear in the big list of the lions who laid the strong foundation of South Sudan. I had the names like those of Gwamuje, Ladu Jangwer, and many others who all moved long way ago to start the movement. As we have seen today, that South Sudan is a country, it is because of those names and many others whom we did not mention. I need to salute them for the spirit that they put together as sons and daughters of Equatoria in taking on their hand the whole east of South Sudan to rebel from the Arabs, the oppressive rule of the Arabs to the people of South Sudan, the natives of South Sudan, who are the blacks. It was a very, very tremendous event. It was a very strong unity. It was a very strong act that was decided by the men who were not well equipped, who were very poor, who were not educated, but they tried all possible means to launch a very strong movement that has yielded a fruit up to today. And the action can be a very strong and great lesson to us all today who are here. We have gone to school. We have own resources. We have got every opportunity to get what we are, and we will compare ourselves with these common men who have done this great work. Torit Mutiny is one of the mutinies that we could accept today, whether you are in Equatoria or in Bahar al-Ghazal or in Upper Nile, that without Torit Mutiny of 1955, there is no South Sudan. Torit Mutiny did not come from blue. Torit Mutiny was not just a self-interest idea that was launched by those great men, but Torit Mutiny was a popular idea that was covering the whole problems of the Southerners. And that was why the documentary tells us that all over Equatoria, there was not a single individual, in exception of few, whom we shall also see their names, who tried to play naive games, but unfortunately, there was no success on their side. We have come here today to learn a lot. We have come here today to see what best can we learn from Torit Mutiny. From Eastern Equatoria, from Central Equatoria, from Western Equatoria, what was the best concern of the people, and what was the issue, what was the problem that was identified by those great men, and what was the possible solution they have also agreed upon to solve the problem that they experienced. And by then, reaching to 1955, when a lot has been discussed, for the interest of time and for the interest of my great brother Daniel, who will talk about that part. But I believe before 1955, the great men of Equatoria had a very strong discussions. They have reached to a point of identifying what was the problem that was affecting the people of South Sudan and what was the best solution to the problem. And they all agreed upon, they acted timely. So this great day, it is like a document that is written on the paper, but we are not longer. As I said earlier, this is like a stolen victory we are talking about. Because all those who have done the great things, all those who have laid the foundation, I know even their generations are not enjoying the fruits of the country now. This is why I call it a stolen victory. Those whom their land were used as the foundation of this country are not enjoying the fruits of this country. we are in dilemma, and we'll ask ourselves, why do you bring this up today? What do we need to do about it as the people of Greater Equatoria? We need to learn about some specific characters here. What made those strong men without telephones to effectively communicate from east, central to west? What has motivated them without good roads, without having personal cars? They were able to travel all long ways, east to west. This is why I said we need to compare our generation with those men, those heroes. We need to see what best do we have now that can make us better than those great men of that time. It is a very great challenge to us at the same time as the children of Equatoria, that there is nothing we have imitated from our parents that we can make visible, also to make them feel in their graves that they have never done for granted all the efforts they put to the country. They have never died for event, but they have done their great job that will remain in our history. If we read the history of South Sudan today, we may miss most of all these names we have had today. Will they sleep well in their graves? Will they feel they have generations? The answer is definitely no, because we have done nothing great. Remember them. It's a call that we, the people of Equatoria, should think twice, should unite our strength, and make this great day, plus many others that are not included in our national holidays, to be remembered. I am excited to see this great day of today, but at the same time, I am dismayed because we lost it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, our brother, our young brother, Ustaz Lolako. I'm appreciating so much, giving those encouraging words, and also you're taking the responsibility of one of our young brothers that who is fighting for the right of our people, and we cannot forget what our grandfathers did in 1955. Thank you very much for that. I'm still want some of our brothers that will join us later on. They have some excuse that they're at work, especially one of our great brother Ustaz Tito that will join us later, لأنه هو مشغول هسه شوية في الشغل، لكنه هيجي لأنه معلوماته برضه مهم لنا شديد، ونحن قاعدين هنا عشان نوري ماذا دار في 1955. I know that some people that are not happy that why we are talking about 1955, but ما هو حاجة ده ما جساي، حاجة ده ما جساي، ده حاجة ناس عملوه، والناس عملوه وانتم ما دارين تقتنعوا به، والله ما عندنا له حاجة. شفتها دارين تقوا تمشوا البحر تقوا. I know that many people, they start to send me messages, why you guys are doing this issue and all talking about this. My brother, this is our history. My sister, this is our history. If you like it or you don't like it, we'll continue to do it. We'll do it every time, every year, we'll do this. And hopefully that we are going to make it even more strong enough to be known, if you like it or you don't like it. So, Ustaz Daniel, give a chance also. Please be precise for 7 minutes, and then we'll come to Dr. Hakim and also to Dr. Al-Hajj, and Tito will join us later on, or also some of our sisters, especially our sister Teresa. As soon as possible, they will be with us here. Thank you.
Shukran, Ustaz Mujasif. Thank you once again, those who are on the panel and all the listeners. To be honest, today is a historic day, a day that is supposed to be a commemoration, and this is what we are doing. And as we said before, let us not forget the souls and the names and the families of those who have departed during the course of this struggle and the subsequent struggles. And we also need to remember all the innocent civilians who have died along the way. That is one. Secondly, I also want to thank my brother here, Brother Lolaku, for mentioning the names. Those names are not the only names. There are many other names that have not been mentioned here, but I thank you for mentioning those. And we also need to remember those who are not mentioned here, plus the unknown soldiers. Today is supposed to be a day that is to be remembered also in the history of South Sudan. In South Sudan, this day is supposed to be called the Veterans Day. And I think it is also adopted in the Ad-Dustur al-Intiqali, the transition constitution of South Sudan. So I don't know whether this event is being celebrated in South Sudan today or not. I did not tune in to the media there in that area. But all in all, it is good that today we are commemorating it here. And I believe that our forefathers who have sparked this movement, this struggle, are sleeping happily and peacefully in their graves, knowing that there are young people who will step up in their footsteps to follow in their footsteps in this path of a struggle. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm just going to be brief. I'm going to talk about two parts at this point, the historical part and the political and military part of this struggle. As you know, this struggle started in eastern Equatoria in South Sudan, in the town of Torit. And according to me, Torit has a historic record throughout our history. I don't know the meaning of the name, maybe somebody can tell us, but I feel the meaning is really beautiful. It is probably something along the lines of a princess or a queen or a king or a protection. But people like Mujasif may tell us the meaning of Torit. But all in all, this town in South Sudan has historic status. Yes, status in our history. That is very important. In terms of history, we need to know that the 1955, August 1955, on the 18th of August 1955, this historic mutiny that happened in Torit, it resulted from a combination of different things. At that time, we need to know that, yes, it's okay. Yeah, at that time, we need to know that, yes, لحظة أنت تدي فرصة لحاجة في. Just hold on with me, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we need to remember that this happened during the time when the people of South Sudan living under the British colonial, the condominium period. Britain and Egypt were the colonizers of the Sudan, and the region of Sudan and the South Sudan in particular were living as a protectorate, as a colony under the British and the condominium rule with Egypt. So we need to know that. Another thing that we need to know is that during this time, all the countries in the world, after the World War II, they were now calling for their liberation, for their freedom, for their independence from the colonial rule. So Sudan and South Sudan being part of this region and part of the colonial territory under the condominium, they were calling for their freedom. It started in 1947 during the Juba Conference, where the two parts of the country, the South and the North, were brought in a conference in Juba to decide whether the two parts of the country will be together or they will be separate. We need to remember this happened after what it was called the closed district policy, the area of South Sudan that was actually sealed off from the rest of the Sudan. And the reason that was done is to curb or to stop the Arab and Islamic extension towards South Sudan and the interior of Africa. And during that time, people were talking about the amalgamation of the two parts of the country and also about the independence of the Sudan from this condominium rule. So the rest, you people know, I don't want to go into the details, but what happened was that South Sudanese were promised to have a federal system of governance after the 1956 independence, but that demand was not fulfilled after the independence of South Sudan. Therefore, the South Sudanese politicians and the people at the time, they knew that, this dream of independence and a federal system of governance is not going to be fulfilled. So in Torit, this is where it happened. At that time, there is this Equatoria Corps. This Equatoria Corps was formed mainly to be like a deterrent force for this extension, this Arab and Islamic extension towards South Sudan. But at the same time, it was purely driven from the fact that the northern part of Sudan is defined as Arab Islamic North, and then the South was defined as African Christian and animist South. So this force, the idea came from a military commander at that time, a British military commander in 1911 called RCR, and I think somebody like Dr. Hakim will talk more about this later on. RCR Owen, he was the governor of Mangala district, this Mangala district that we hear about these days. And he was under the general command of the Governor General of Sudan, Regional Wingit. So this Regional Wingit wanted a force created in Equatoria to take care of the protection of this area, because they have the experiences of the Mahdi's revolution in the north, where the army were predominantly Muslim and Arabs. So they wanted to create a force in the south that is predominantly Christian and African. And that force, the idea started in 1911. And in 1914, the Equatorial Corps was created. And when people were talking about the independence of Sudan in 1956, there were missionaries in the south, and also based on this political climate that I mentioned, people were really worried that, if South Sudan and Sudan were merged prematurely like that, it's going to cause problems. So therefore, the South Sudanese have to opt out for independence. And that is why politicians like Saturnino Ohore, Father Saturnino Ohore, and many others, those of Joseph Oduho from the region, plus those of Agri Gaden and other military leaders like Regional Lorela and many others, they decided to mutiny. And a lot of people actually have died during this time when they mutinied, because at that time, most of the soldiers are actually from the Equatoria region and the South Sudan. But the top, let me say, the commanders are from the north. So there was a directive, some people call it a rumor, that this corps, Equatoria corps, was supposed to be transported to the north so that more northern troops can be brought to the south. So after hearing this, they just rebelled. And it was not like a peaceful mutiny, a peaceful rebellion. They killed all the northern commanders, and in retaliation, the commanders fired them sporadically, and then people were killed in that area. I used to have the list of the people who have died, actually. I don't know, I'm now calling from somewhere, I'm away from home. But if I were to be at home, I would have looked at that list of the people who actually died during that time, and the leaders of the mutineers. All these people that Mr. Lolako mentioned, some of them I have seen, some of them we have played soccer with their children, we have gone to school with their children, and many of the people who are in this room may have come into encounter with them. So these are real people, ladies and gentlemen, and these are people who have taken upon themselves not to be slaves under any circumstances, not to be second class or third class citizens under any circumstances. Therefore, the message that they are sending us today, and the reason we are commemorating this, is that we need to honor their sacrifice, their historic sacrifice, and their stance against colonialism and against subjugation to things that don't represent their values. So that is how the whole thing unraveled. Now, in terms of politics now and the military, after the rebellion happened on August 18th, 1955, of course, now the rebellion is spread throughout the South Sudan, and it went through stages. The politicians did their part to form the SANU movement, the Sudan African National Union, which later on was renamed as the South Sudan Liberation Movement, South Sudan Liberation Army, which is locally known as Anyanya, after those of Joseph Lagu and many others, those of Samuel Abu John, and those of Alison Manani Magai, and many others from the other regions of South Sudan also joined. And General Joseph Lagu, who became the leader of the South Sudan Liberation Movement, and many others like Iziboni Mandiri, and the other judge, Sapana Mula, and many others joined. And this is what resulted into the Anyanya movement that called for the independence of South Sudan from the Northern Sudan. And they waged a war across South Sudan from that time all the way to 1972. And then in 1972, after a lot of people have died in South Sudan, that is when the Ethiopian Empire at the time, Emperor Haile Selassie, intervened, plus the World Council of Churches intervened to bring the war in South Sudan to an end. And that is what resulted in the Addis Ababa. So I will stop here, and then hopefully you people can take it from there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, our brother, Ustaz Daniel. Thank you very much on that. So I will proceed again, and also I would like to welcome Bash
You're
Mohandes.
trying to connect something?
I will also like to welcome our brother, Bash Mohandes Dominic Akwe, وهيكون معنا برضه هنا. أنا هديه فرصة بعدين. ندي فرصة الآن لدكتور حكيم داريو نسمع منه كمان what he really think about this day and what he is, proposing for us to hear about this day as well, so that, we should know what our grandfather did and what we should do. Thank you.
Shukran, brother Mujazif. First, I want to take the opportunity again to greet all the audience, كل الحضور, our brothers who are listening here in this room, and those who will come and listen later. And also to perhaps take this opportunity to share our thoughts, first and foremost, with the forefathers, their families, those who may still be, present within the country. I was listening to one of those survivors talking to Martin. Martin in Torit. He was being interviewed on video, and he spoke, and he gave witness of the account of the events that took place in Torit, in which he was present. And it is for those people who survived and still live to tell the story. We want to thank them, and we also want to pray for the families of those who lost their loved ones during those moments of history. Having said that, I want to really just maybe highlight the fact that the rebellion of August 18, 1955 was the first spark of the liberation struggle that sought to establish, the foundations for freedom for what we now call South Sudan. Those who rebelled, as we all know, many of them perished, but this was all not in vain. Their sacrifices were not in vain. Later, as we have seen, the Anyanya emerge. The Anyanya emerge only because there was an inspiration. And this inspiration came from the revolt and rebellion of Torit on August 18th, 1955. It provided the driver of liberation struggle in South Sudan. It also culminated in galvanizing and crystallizing the vision for why the South Sudan liberation movement was founded. It was, in a way, a continuation of the rebellion of the 1955 by those members of the Equatoria Corps in Torit. Perhaps it's worth also noting that why were they called Equatoria Corps? I think it's important to cast our eyes back in history to trace the origin of the Equatoria Corps. To my understanding, Equatoria Corps was formed in the early part of the 20th century. And the significance of this comes from the fact that Equatoria had historically evolved as a separate country, as a separate entity from Sudan, although, as we all know, that the Anglo-Egyptian, powers that took responsibility for administering Sudan inherited it from the Turco-Egyptian regimes of Muhammad Ali Pasha. And even though Muhammad Ali Pasha had political influence and responsibility for Sudan and also for Equatoria, but Equatoria was administered as a separate country and as a separate entity. And that is evidenced by the fact that Sudan, even during the condominium rule very early in the 20th century, before Equatoria was annexed to Sudan to become a part of Sudan as a province of Sudan, history tells us that Sudan had a different governor as a country, and Equatoria had a different governor as a country. And I think some of you will remember names like those of Amin Pasha, those of Gordon Charles, and Samuel Baker, and so on. These are the successive governors that ruled over Equatoria as a separate entity. And that's how Equatoria established itself as, historically evolving as a different country. And it was then later annexed to become, a province of Sudan. So historically, it is not true that Equatoria was part of Sudan, that Equatoria was not known as South Sudan, that Equatoria was known as Equatoria. And it retained that, status and identity and historical, context, which, it carried on, to the point when it was, integrated as a province of Sudan. So it lost its status and became a province of Sudan. So the historical trajectory of Equatoria took a turn only after the change of the colonial powers, strategy to bring Equatoria into Sudan. But before that, as we all know, Equatoria could have continued to develop as a separate entity, and therefore there was nothing to stop it becoming a separate country, which indeed it was. Even, for example, during the Mahdist revolt, the people were fleeing, or even some foreigners who were visiting Sudan were fleeing to Equatoria because Equatoria was a separate country. And there is a record of this, a narrative of this, which was given account of by a German explorer who lived in in Lado, and while Sudan was, at that time, Sudan was administered differently, and Amin Pasha, as we understood, was still the governor of Equatoria at that time. So historically, then, there is evidence and there is substance in this history that Equatoria was always a separate entity, and perhaps that's why when in the early part of the 20th century, Equatorial Corps was established, and so it was seen to be a natural progression, from just, the naming convention itself was a natural progression to establishing an army, which was seen to be a bulwark against future potential, revolts in the north under the Mahdist or under an Islamic system, because it then offered the opportunity for the British as well to establish the Equatorial Corps from remnants of forces that were operating in the region, to use Equatorial Corps as a bulwark against, the advance of Islamic influences and Arab influences in the southern part of the country. So that's where we could say, the naming for Equatorial Corps came from. And the name Equatoria remained, throughout, from the time when, South Sudan, it started to evolve as 3 provinces, Equatoria retained the name of, the original name under which it evolved and so on, and became part of Sudan as part of what we now call Southern Sudan. So when the Anyanyas established, liberation struggle against the regime in power at the time, it was natural that they had to look at the bigger picture, in the sense that the whole of Africa was really going through the motions of liberation, and there was ample reason and opportunity for people to unite. All the Africans needed to unite together and to stand together against any form of oppression. We've seen this happening in Kenya. We've seen this happening in other countries in Africa. So it was natural that when the South Sudan Liberation Movement was established, that it also followed the same model, which was to unite the people who were now known and established as an administrative unit, administrative, entity of what was then known as the closed districts, which included Equatoria, Upper Nile, and Bahr el Ghazal. It was natural that they viewed all of these people as one homogeneous African stock, African people who faced the same oppressive, historically oppressive and slavish policies of whoever was in power in Egypt or in Khartoum. And so it was natural that the seeds of national identity as Southern Sudanese started to emerge, because we were all facing the same enemy. We were all oppressed by the same regime. The Arabs, did not distinguish between the people of Upper Nile, Bahr el Ghazal, and Equatoria. They were all denied and deprived of their rights as deserving to be, exercising political power. And that denial has established this sense of solidarity among the people of Southern Sudan against the Arabs. And this was natural. So I think if we now, take this context and simply say, this is the birth of the first, promulgation of this concept of a nation in South Sudan. And the Anyanyas were the first people who took the flag of this nation that they fought for, the Southern Sudan Liberation Movement or South Sudan Liberation Movement. In its ranks, as we all know, and is evidenced and supported by historical evidence, that many people from all the 3 provinces joined in the struggle of the Anyanya. And although the Equatorians were the main first leaders of this movement, they were always inclusive and actually worked very hard to ensure that there was a united struggle against the Arabs from all the parts of South Sudan. So this has given birth to the sense of creating a nation in South Sudan, and later on other movements like South Sudan Liberation, the Sudan People's Liberation Movement found this foundation. If this foundation was not there, there wouldn't have been any great success in terms of carrying on from where the Anyanya left off. So I think we will, in the future, continue to discuss and debate the pros and cons of what we now see as the state in South Sudan, a failed one. I think, in my mind, I think the noble aspirations of our people and the Sudan and the South Sudan Liberation Movement, who wanted to establish a state, were perhaps not completely fulfilled to the expectations of the leaders of the Anyanya and the leaders of those who rebelled against the regime, the Sudanese regime at that time. But the question then that comes up to mind is this, that yes, it was noble for us to search for a state. It was noble for people to fight for liberation of the Southern Sudanese people. This was all noble, and it was in pursuit of creating a state. Now, in 2023, we live in a state in South Sudan, but this is a qualified state, because in this state, we do not really see the fulfillment of the expectations of why our people fought and why our people sacrificed their lives. I think they sacrificed their lives for greater ideals, for us to enjoy the fruit of their struggles, and for us to enjoy freedoms. And then when you talk about freedoms here, it is the whole raft of human rights, people's rights that other countries enjoy. If we have a state, the idea and concept of a state, or the construct of a state, is that we, as citizens of a state, our people should have and enjoy the right to exercise freedom to choose their leaders, freedom to participate in decision making through representative institutions that work for the interests of the people. But if we look at the context today in South Sudan, we realize quickly that our people are not actually participating in decision making. Our people are not electing their own leaders. Our people do not have institutions that are accountable to the political and public will of our people. Our leaders are not accountable other than to themselves. So the concept of a state is flawed. The concept of a state that our people and forefathers fought for has not been fulfilled. You can almost more or less conclude that the people are stateless. We are stateless by virtue of the fact that we are not exercising the freedoms, the rights that belong to citizens that live in a state. And in a state that preserves their freedoms, that preserves their rights, their inalienable rights. So if that state does not exist, then the people are stateless. They don't have a state. You may have a regime that governs over the country, but it's an illegitimate regime because the state, the construct of the state here in terms of the expectations of the political will of all of our people is non-existent. So if I take that, if I define or understand the state in that context, in that sense that the state is a construct in which you have institutions, and these institutions are fulfilling the expectations of the citizens and the people, then that state does not exist today in South Sudan. And coming to Equatoria in particular, Equatorians, are politically marginalized. They do not exercise any political power in the country in the present arrangements. Equatorians are not exercising any political power. So they have fought, they have contributed significantly and immensely in history, but today they are not exercising political power to be able to determine and make decisions, for example, and to hold public officials accountable. The institutions of the state are not there accountable to them. And this may be said about our people in Apanal, our people in Bahr Ghazal as well, no doubt. But the question now is, in this day, in this generation, what's your understanding of a state? What is the concept of a state? Is it worth fighting for something that we described as a state? You know, do we really perceive of the current, you know, system, the country, and all of that as a state? You know, I think there is a certain amount of divergence in how we now consider and perceive South Sudan to be. That South Sudan, in my kind of assessment, is a failed state. So this state does not fulfill the expectations of the people who, you know, suffered and sacrificed their lives in 1955, and those who sacrificed their lives throughout the time of the struggle for 17 years by the South Sudan Liberation Movement under the leadership of the Anyanya. And then afterwards, from 1983 to 2005, under the leadership of the SPLM. So if you put the struggles of the SPLM, the Anyanya under the leadership of Joseph Lago, and then the sacrifices of those who rebelled in 1955, and you look at the current situation, you know, you're bound to ask questions. You're bound to ask these questions that, you know, have we fulfilled the best of our aspirations in terms of what these people lost their lives for? Have we created a state that now gives us freedom of expression to be able to express ourselves, to speak, and to hold our officials accountable, our institutions accountable, that the state preserves and protects the rights of our people, that the state looks after the, you know, expectations of our population, that the state does fulfill its obligations in terms of ensuring that our public resources are not exploited, are not, you know, wasted and looted, all of that. Of course, this is not happening. So the comment that one would probably wish to make here on this particular anniversary of the 1955 rebellion in Torit is that we do not really have a state. Our people are stateless. And my definition of being stateless is the state that you live in denies your rights as a citizen to enjoy your human rights, to enjoy your freedom, to enjoy your existence, and to exercise all the rights that belong to you as a citizen, or all the rights that belong to you as a human. Because today these rights, you know, are curtailed. You cannot express yourself. There's no freedom of expression in our country. There's impunity, there's killing, there's tribalism, there's impunity of the leaders who want to continue to be in power without any accountability, and who are taking our people on the ride. So that is not a state. That is not, you know, my understanding of what a state is. And it's unfortunate that we have this form of deformed state that is actually now in our, you know, controlling our lives, controlling our country. It's not a state, and I think we should make this distinction. Unless we make that distinction very clear, that we have an understanding and conception of what a state is, and that this is what we have or we don't have. And if we don't have, then we have to define what is the gap. What is the gap between what we have and what we want to have? And if we can understand that gap, and then we can also begin to think in terms of the sacrifices and the change that is needed for us to bridge this gap between the state that we have as a vision in our minds, in our lives, and the kind of state that we have today, which is زي ما بيتقال عن انه ده الامر الواقع. دولة الامر الواقع. دولة الامر الواقع هو الدولة ما بتقدم ولا يعني ما بتعبر لتطلعات بتاعت الشعب، ما بتعبر لتطلعات بتاعت الشعب، ولا بتحاول تنفق يعني مثلا لقضايا بتاعت التعاطي والتعامل مع التطلعات بتاعت الشعب بتاعنا. فاي ثينك انا بكتفي بالقدر البسيط ده في الاول، وممكن الواحد هيجي يتكلم تاني عشان يدي فرصه للاخوه التانيين برضه يقدموا افكارهم ويشاركوا في in just conveying the message, conveying خطاب to mark this historic event in our lives, and this anniversary that will continue to be celebrated for as long as it may, for as long as as our people see fit, until a state is created, a state that would, be a realization of the expectations of our people. So I thank you, and I'll stop here for now.
Yeah, شكرا دكتور حكيم. نشكر دكتور حكيم للحديث بتاعه. بس I would like also to ask, to my elder brother, Dr. Al-Haj, that, we have our system. Yeah.
Brother Mojasip, can I just note something to Brother Hakim really very quick for him to,
okay.
For consumption, because Brother Hakim raised a very important concern here about the kind of state that we have. Brother Dr. Hakim, your concern is absolutely correct, and that's why I personally tried so much to make a revelation to brothers and sisters that if we continue to tie the Anyanya rebellion with the current state, we will always have the questions that you have had, that you have just thrown. But if we tie the revolution of the Anyanya to the state that has been the quasi-state that is of the regional autonomy, because that is the direct product of the Anyanya war, then you would ask yourself whether that quasi-administrative state, good enough, was it able to serve good services to the people? Was it able to bring education? Was it able to bring the kind of state that you would live comfortably? Or was it able to bring all the kind of security that we have? And I've always tried to kind of bring this up, but I think still, even we by ourselves, the Equatorians, still do not have coherent way of sometimes analyzing the products of the Anyanya One revolution. And we tend to tie it with the current independence, and we end up with all the questions that you have had, that you have just thrown, whether we even have that state. But thank you very much for raising those questions. Those are really very good questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe Dr. Hakim will comment on those ones later on when we open the discussion. We just want to give, every one of you will just give, a short message on what he have for us for this day. That's why. But later on, maybe we'll open the discussion on that. But yeah, I would like also, to ask my brother and my elder, Dr. Al-Haj, that I will give chance to okay. Maybe, okay, then we'll continue. Maybe Teresa will come later on. It's fine. Yeah, let Dr. Al-Haj go ahead, and then Teresa maybe will join later on because she's with me here in the studio as well. But I think she's preparing herself some points. Maybe later she will speak out. Yeah, Dr. Al-Haj, you can go ahead, please. Thank you. Dr. Al-Hajj, are you there?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mudas.
yeah.
Thank you.
Your sister is still preparing herself, and she will come later on. Thank you.
That's okay, no problem. That's okay. What should this day be about? That is a very, very central question, and it's very important. This 68th anniversary, for me, is a time for reflection of how we Equatorians can move forward. Because it is so unfortunate that we achieved an independent South Sudan in form of territory. The territory of South Sudan has become independent, but the people have remained oppressed, and the people have been abused worse than the abuse that the Arab inflicted on them by their own brothers. Is this the South Sudan our forefathers called for? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We have one achievement of the territory, but our people are not yet independent. The human beings are not yet independent. If anything, they have been dehumanized, and they have been made helpless. So we need to think hard to bring back to life the wishes of our forefathers who have been named here by our brother Lolabu. They wish to see an independent South Sudan devoid of oppression on basis of race and religion. They were very clear. They did not even think that something called tribalism would come up in an independent South Sudan. Unfortunately, the people who followed our forefathers did exactly as our forefathers have done. And here I want to single out Lagu. Lagu followed the shoes of our forefathers by developing human resources across the territory of South Sudan, regardless of tribe. He even speaks clear Jang better than some other Jang. And Lagu trained some of the current tribal leaders of this tribal state called South Sudan, because they came late to deliberation. Something must have gone wrong for the values of our forefathers not to be inculcated in this law. Let's take John Garang. John Garang stayed with a prominent chief, Equatorian chief, in the family of a prominent Equatorian chief. He grew up there for some time. And Lagu promoted him and ensured that he was well trained and ensured that he was well educated.
Yet, again, these people end up abusing the very hand that fed them. This Kir, who's called President Kir, was a sergeant and a bodyguard of Lagu. He was in the part section that looks after protects Lagu. Lagu promoted him, brought him to the Sudan Army, made him an officer. Yet they all turned out to be snakes. They did not learn anything from the leaders that mentored them. And what have they done? They have built a tribal state in South Sudan now as we speak. We have a tribal state. So we need to think hard to bring back to life the wishes of our forefathers, to bring peace to South Sudan. I think that is very important. And to do that, this day should remind us and encourage us to rekindle the struggle to end the tribal state of South Sudan and bring it back to what our forefathers wanted. This tribal state must not be allowed to continue. Because if it is allowed to continue, then there will be no Equatoria, there will be no Bahar Ghazal, there will be no Upper Nile. And let me say, give it a bit more explanation. At the moment, everything that is Jung goes. Everything that is non-Jung does not go. Okay. This tribal state has now established itself, and it has moved to the second stage, which is that of imperialism, Jung imperialism in South Sudan. And imperialism is characterized by expansion, domination, and violence. We have seen that in Chololand. We have seen that in Luoland. We have seen that in Fertitland. We have seen that in Zandeland. We have seen that in Central Equatoria. Continuously in places like Lokeliri, in places like Kejikeji. We have seen that in Nimule, whereby 80% of the local people have been displaced deliberately via violence. With the Jung occupiers supplied by this so-called mother of a nation, I don't know what nation, a woman whose husband has never wanted South Sudan to be born, a woman who knows nothing about South Sudan, a woman who is a part to all the suffering in South Sudan. You know, they have now enriched themselves. They control the entire economy of South Sudan. They control all the essential sectors of the state. They are sending their children for education in their thousands to come and control South Sudan. Now, brothers and sisters, if this menace is not stopped, Equatoria has no future. The other people in Upper Nile and Bahar Ghazal have no future. Why? It is this. Once this tribal state takes root, our children will be exactly like ourselves in the diaspora. They will have to live at the mercy of the Jung. They will not be employed. They will start from a position of disadvantage, from a nation whose forefathers fought and fought for. Because the Jeng would have the advantage in psychologically, they would have this empowered every other group. And you can compare this to the example of the Red Indians in America, the Aborigines in Australia, and the Maoris in Argentina, in New Zealand. Because once you are disempowered and consistently oppressed, with your oppressor developing themselves, controlling everything, it is just a matter of time. You will completely be dispossessed, you will not have land, you will not have anything. Is this not what our forefathers fought the Khartoum government for? Is this not what 18 August 1955 all about? About fighting oppression, discrimination on basis of religion and on basis of race? But now we have to fight that on basis of tribe, because it is now being done by a tribe. So 1955 should come forward to remind us that our forefathers told us that we will not accept any subjugation. We must stand firm, resist it, and bring it down like we brought down the Arabs. This tribal state must be brought down, completely dismantled, and we reorganize the state in such a way that everybody is protected. Everybody is protected, including the Jeng themselves. Because the Jeng have set themselves on the course of destruction, we have the duty to save them from themselves. And hence, this tribal state, borrowing from 1955, must be resisted. Resistance is a right, and that resistance might be by all means necessary. And I think this has to be now made clearer to the Jeng, because we cannot be victims all the time. Okay. They are darkening the reality, claiming we are brothers, we are sisters, yet they are constantly displacing our people. The tribal is a danger to Equatoria because of the policies of expansion, domination, and violence. Okay. So we want our historians to do what they can to help enlightening the oppressed people of South Sudan across the board, from Jebelen all the way to Nimule, from Akobo all the way to Kafiakin. This is all about 1955. The one important message from 1955 is that oppression must be resisted and thrown to the bin. Oppression must be thrown into the bin. We must bin it. The Jeng cannot stand with the oppression. We have to remove them from that power and make sure that South Sudan is for all. And their leaders must be made accountable for embarking on a path of creating inequality in the country. Look right now in terms of education. Over thousands and thousands of Jeng all over the world are studying, funded by the state of South Sudan, giving the Jeng an advantage on education. Their state is buying weapons, arming even their people up to village level, giving the ability to oppress others at will. So we must go back to 1995. The lesson is stand firm, resist any oppression. Even if my brother Dominic or my brother Daniel comes around and begin to bring oppression, we must resist them. If I come around and bring oppression, please, all of you must stand and resist me and take me out. Because it's evil. It should not be allowed. That is what 1955 said. Why should we accept it from the Jeng? We did not accept it from the Arabs. We must not accept it from the Jeng, and the others must not accept it from us. We must have a state that takes all of us and provides for us equally. And the good policies, policies that brings equality and parity, not policies of plunder, policies of sending people to refuge, policies of creating internal camps of oppression in the country. People shed blood in 1955 to oppose all these heinous crimes. And therefore, they should not be accepted by any decent person. Now, the perspective of this tribal state is very clear. It wants to expand and occupy the land of Equatoria and Jenganize it. Another objective is to push the Equatorians out into the neighboring countries. And in this, they recruited Riek Machar. The sad events that took place in Kondokoro, in Ireland, in Juba, and in Mangala was not expected to be with the accomplishment of Riek. People who have been oppressed terribly, massacred massively in 2013, conniving with their oppressor to displace Equatorians. I invoke 1955 to put an end to this. This recruitment of the Nuer via Riek is to weaken the Nuer further and eventually to hit the Nuer themselves. But Riek is not a leader that can be relied upon. He's short-sighted, only thinks of family politics, has no idea. He thinks that they can settle the Equatoria at the behest of the Jeng. We are at a crossroad. We can no longer keep quiet about what is going on in South Sudan. Because like John Geren said, although he is an oppressor himself, Zol al-Bogod fi raqabtida ana indi mushkila ma'ahu. Wana kan futta fi mahkama bita Rabbana, Allah bigif ma izad. I think that applies to us. Jengal biji min mura bitaw bese AK-45 biji budrub nas fi artillery, budrub nas fi numulede. Zat case da kan wadole Rabbana, Allah bigif ma'ana zat. So, my brothers and sisters, we have a task. And that task has been cut out for us on 18th August 1955. The first objective of achieving the territory of South Sudan is in the bag. Now it remains the objective of emancipating the people of South Sudan in their totality, bringing freedom to all the people of South Sudan. And to me, this is all about 1955. So without going further, I think the points I've made are more than necessary to continue. So I'll stop here, and maybe in the debate, we will go into these issues in detail. I thank you, my brothers, and all the listeners down there. I rest my case.
Yeah. Thank you very much, our elder and brother, Dr. Al-Haj Paul. Thank you very much. I think now we'll give chance to Bash Mohandis Dominic, and then I will give chance to my sister here in the studio, Molana Treza, after Dominic, and she also going to present what she have, and then from there we'll open the discussion. Thank you very much. Bash Mohandis Dominic, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so very much, my brother Mojasif. Let me say hi to you, to Bulldozer, Lolako, Sabata, Dr. Hakim, Dr. Al-Haj, Sister Teresa on the other part of the platform, and the many people that are listening to us through those different platforms. From the onset, let me say that most of the brilliant speakers have talked extensively over the issue of the 55, and they have dwelt much on the historical, artifacts as to why this day is important and how the Equatoria came about, and the consciousness that was in those young land forces of that time, who happenly and doubles now to be, some of them are grandfathers. I will, from again the onset, salute their martyrdom. And sometimes it is good for us to go down the memory line of history and lament on some of these sacrifices in appreciations of what these folks have done. And I always say that these young men saw something that is so very peculiar about freedoms. And they took it upon themselves as a promise of their generation to our generation, that they wanted our generations to be free. And like my grandmother, the great grandmother Nyaminyori, once said that she will not wanted to see her children and grandchildren mingle with the Arabs. And indeed she died before his sons and daughters could go to Khartoum because of the oppressions of the colonial, what they have seen from the Turks, which is formerly known as Tukutuku in our time in South Sudan. They have lived that dangerous time. And so it was on these cardinal sacrifices that the Equatorian Corps decided to go contrary to the spirits of the colonial. And these people are so satisfied with freedoms. And if you look at the timing, it coincided with the time in which the African countries are actually, desiring to be free. So the desire to be free is the underlying causations as to why these guys fought. And I was also like what my elder brother, Dr. Hakim said, that I also listened to Oturo Martinson, Oturo Moy, standing with Tulio and that gallant force, elder man, his grandfather of ours. Oturo talked so very well. Indeed, the struggle of our country began in Torit. That is just a history. And he who denies this history is all munafiq. But it coincided also that the war apparently has to end in Eastern Equatoria. Because after the 1991, it became Torit faction, as all of you knew. And again, it is the sons and the daughters of this great area, in Equatoria in general, that decided to rekindle, the spirit of the resistance. Having grown within the generations of these Anyanya veterans, and I would like to salute, like I said, and remember them. Our grandfather, Major Omol, I always call him the father of Father Hilary, the biological father of Father Hilary, the priest. He could talk to us extensively about the Anyanya. My uncle Emmanuel Kisere Gray, he was an errand boy. By then, he was very young, of the General Joseph Lago. And his use always as an ambassador. He talked to us extensively about the Anyanya and their roles, and some of the names that were mentioned. Alira, the brother of Lagu. Remember from 1989, we all converged in Khartoum, and Haj Yusuf was actually a pivotal center for us. So we could meet every Fridays, and they will come and play whist. Sometimes in our house, sometimes, it depending on where they were called, and we learn a lot. Ruben Yanga, the brother of Nagu, always speaks to us, thanks. May their soul rest in peace. And he told us that, because one time we asked him, why are you not combing your hair? He said he's so angry with his brother that why Lagu decided to sign this peace. And he said in Ashafuza land, he's not going to comb his hair. There are people who say that they have left their guns in the bush so that the generation that will come after will go and get those guns and start, the fighting. This was again.
But Mohandes Dominic.
Hi.
Let me confirm for you this. Kalamak de sahmiye filmiya. Ogal ma da sare rasul anu zaran lagu shedid marra wahid. O kalam de miye filmiya. So for our generation to know and that to confirm what you say that is true. Maybe Therese also will say this later on if she. Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
We use no, it's okay. You see, some of the things we are talking are not just stories that because we lived pretty much with these people. And that is why I say there's somebody who grew in the generations of those who strugglers. I was able to learn And one of the things that I do best is I sit with Maana Wadalajais. I live with these the elderly people. Some of them blesses us, and the rest is history. Because we are very neighbors anyway in Bullock Hinak. Now, indeed, what the Eastern Equatorians or the Equatorians in general, these governments of ours, if at all there is a government there, of course you can name it whatever, quasi-state or proto-state, it doesn't matter. But for me to see this gallant liberator, standing there amidst these, leaders of our time, in that shape, it is a shame. And I think going forward, people should look for such individuals, and they need to be rehabilitated. And I always say, if these were supposed to be, elements that are not from our region, for example, the young and the other people, they would have been rehabilitated. They would have been given money, they would be given anything that they wanted in this planet Earth in order to rehabilitate them. So, to my brother Oturomoy and my brother Tulio, I think it is your responsibility. And this man must be taken care of very well so that he can tell the history as it is. History must document. And I would like to appreciate, for example, the historians that dig into the books. And one of them is our brother Brian Adeba, because he wrote a very nice piece that I read about how the Anyanya evolves and how the Equatorian COP in the 1955 thing happened. So there is always a causation. But one thing that is so central to the messages of today, that these people, they did not relent. They did not, even at the point of meeting death, they didn't hesitate, because they believe in freedoms, that it is their action that will put a lighting torch in the path of South Sudan. And it happened because from the revolution of the 1955 to the Anyanya one, to the SPLM, and to the revolution of the National Salvation Front, it will always be an anchor. And the anchor is that there is a group of people who decided to refuse injustice and subjugation, whether this is from Arab, whether this is from Khawaja, or whether this is from Junubi. So what are we to do so that we can be able to cement? Because that was, like I said earlier, their promise to us. What are we promising to the generation that is yet to come? And by the way, these people, they know what they are going through. And in 1955, barely a year from the independence of our country, they were already there to register their dissatisfaction about what will be the state of affairs in Sudan then. And I always said that something was wrong structurally and fundamentally in our political landscape in South Sudan, that this country was not built akin to the desires and the aspirations of all of us. So we are, like what my brother Al-Haj said, in the crossroads of history, that we need to correct this, especially now that this country is going under existential threat. We need to change. There's no any other way. And we always say that the generations of the like of Salva Kiir will always be remembered in history as people who have betrayed the forefathers of our nation. They have betrayed the aspirations and the wishes of the many. So you must ask yourself, where are you in those struggles? So that we don't come and lament, you know. Because otherwise we will always be in the aisles of lamentation. Oh, can I get it? No. Wana Muzakir Major Omol was always telling us that as leaders of the Anyanya, when they are going to ambush or they are going for operation, they will put these people and they will explain to them why are they going to fight and die. Because they know when you are going to fight, you will be meeting death. But they will explain to them, you are doing it for tomorrow. This is not the tomorrow that, the today that they envisage from yesterday as their tomorrow for us to be in it today and assume that it must continue to the future of our children. Otherwise, we are a problem. As for our brothers Equatorians, I think the sacrifice of these people, young as they were in their 20s, because I also saw their lists, their ages. The biggest among them was about 53. They did not surrender. They knew that in surrendering, they will affect the future of their children. And they did all what they need to do in contribution. Priceless sacrifices. For us. So we are supposed now to think critically about what we are supposed to do. Let our education unite us for the betterment of a collective good. Because what is it, Dominic? I'm a geologist, so am I benefiting from it? No. Somebody's a doctor of, are you benefiting from it? No. But we will sit and crack our knuckles over things that does not even add up. And our generation are fading away. So we need to change. Because this country is being tribally, managed. And the only thing will always be tamed as if, there's something good is awaiting. Like, for example, people are saying, for the last 21 years, one Garang was building up this tribal hegemony. What were you? Some folks will say, you know what? If we decided to go contrary, then the Jalaba will take actions of us that will be detrimental to our future. So we'll binamlu baden. Wenu baden there. So nafi baden will answer. And some people will end up naively saying, Yama, bossly, ena yao, tarabeza, salia musala, na ludaya, entama ludaya. You are always, comfortable of being a political expectation. Time has come that we need to change this narrative. And we must start, because generations that are coming after us will come and also ask us this central and fundamental question. When Salva Kiir was building this tribal, echelon of his, what have you guys done? Did you even correct it? Because there's no Jalaba from 2005. These narratives of the fact that, Jalaba will come and take us, back to this united Sudan, it will never happen. We must adjust these things going forward to the future if we wanted to survive as a people. Because today the tribal army that is in South Sudan is used in this naive thing called government. There's no government there. Let us all go and talk to our sons and daughters And let us leave Salva Kiir with his tribal militias. And let us see, are they going to defend the wishes of the people, or are they going to stand against it? So that this should be the point of correction. And let a day like this remind us of what we need to do. You cannot talk that, okay, let the central government make these days a public holiday. Do they not know the significance of this day? Do they not know that it was on such a day that a foundation for the liberation of South Sudan was put forward? Does it need a rocket scientist to come and explain to them? Come on, it doesn't add up. But you can always know that there is a systematic ideology and a program that is laid towards erasing this history. Why should it happen? Ya jamaa, history has its books. Tarik da Fatira. Ya sajjalna tarik da kama hiya wala tarik da baji bihkumna. Choose what you want. As for me and my compatriots, we have choose the path of correcting those trajectories. And let the aluta continue for victory or death. Thank you so very much, compatriot Mujasif. Let me stop here. Thank you guys so very much. If there's something that needs worth to be added, we'll come and add it later. But for this time, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We'll let our sister Teresa to go ahead, and then from there we'll leave Sabata to give his submission also, and then from there he will open for us the discussion to discuss about this event of 1955 Memorial Day. Sabata will take over after Teresa just also give her own thinking about this day, as she is also one of our Teresa uncle bitagati shuflek biyun gawi huwa انت شايف صورة بتاعه موجود, and is asking you that what you have, if you're still keeping taking that power and taking that memory, and also revolution heart, that what you want to express to your sisters and brothers, those who are at this time. So please, you go ahead. Teresa معنا هنا في الفيسبوك, أنا برحبها مرة ثانية وهي موجودة, وهو زي ما قلت لك ده خالة بصراحة أبونا موجود, وهي بعدين ممكن she can mention some things. And also if you would like to start briefly about what's the meaning of Torit, and then you proceed, sister. Go ahead. Thank you.
أولا ندير نسمع كان صوتي واصل لكم كله.
بس دقيقة بس عشان الناس الكلاب هاوس يسمعوك. You go ahead. اوكي تمام كده.
صوت واصل. اوكي تمام.
شكرا.
اولا نشكرك اخوي مجازف في برنامج بتاع يوم بتاع الليلة. طبعا ده يوم تاريخي كبير جدا، وده حاجة احنا يعني ما بننساه. وانا در نحيي على راسهم القس انترلينو هوري. زي ما انتوا شايفين انه هو كقسيس كاثوليكي، يعني he abandoned his priesthood, and in order for him to join the rebellion, to support, because by then the educated people were few, so he took that stand to stand there and to support and direct all our brothers, or let's say uncles or forefathers of Torit Mutiny. My brother Mujazif, the meaning of Torit is Torit. The name is not actually Torit, it's Adorit. Adorit mean swampy area. Swampy area for those people who want to know. In 18 August 1955, the Torit Mutiny took place. That was the beginning of drawing the map of Republic of South Sudan of today. So therefore our people or the people of South Sudan, they should have stand tall and salute those great leaders, those great our ancestors, those great our forefathers who vow really to draw the real country that we are enjoying today. Don't tell me that Dr. John Garang, don't tell me about William Nguyen, don't tell me all about those names. They actually get the ideas or the seeds from there, my brother Mujasif. They just add little philosophy in it of the new Sudan, but it's actually that was the real map of Republic of South Sudan today was drawn on the day like today, 18 August 1955. So, and I want to salute all the brothers and sisters, my elder brothers or uncles who just express their views, and some of my colleagues, and those who are also listening in and seeing me through Facebook or YouTube. I want to salute you all. You should supposed to be proud today, but unfortunately, we see only a few people who are remembering, the Torit Mutiny. Although without the Torit Mutiny, we will not have the Republic of South Sudan of today. The wonderful thing about those great leaders, our forefathers, they were more ready by then, to have a state. Why am I saying this? They thought about the industries. They thought about, the education. They thought about the people. And today, when you look at even the Juba today, which become the temporary capital, this was built by the visions of our forefathers, starting from those of Tepeng, who shot the first bullet, the Romeo and Tangun, and all of them, like my brother Bulldozer or Lolako mentioned all those names. If you look, they thought about the Mangala sugarcane scheme. They thought about the Anzara cotton project. They thought about the fruit factory. They thought about the Reng, also Zura scheme. They thought about the Upper Talanga, you see, and they thought about education. You will really feel surprised. That's why when Dr. Al-Haj was saying that the leaders of today, they are not really grateful to the 18 Augustus 1955 visionaries, because those people with their ideas to educate, because they focus more on the education as well, to the extent they were able to send like 300 South Sudanese to go and to go for education, which now you see some of them, they are leaders of the SPLM who lost it big time. My brother Mujasif, I don't really want to speak a lot, but I just want to explain to you how those leaders, our forefathers, how they were really brave. Because according to what Dr. Al-Haj have narrated, and also Dr. Hakim Dario and Ustaz, our big brother Daniel Soro, and also Bulldozer Lolako mentioned some of the names. Those people, the way they were interacting, and the bravery in them, you never believe it. يعني أنا داير نقول شنو بالبساطة، يعني ناس بتاعنا ديل أجداد بتاعنا الخط خارطة بتاع جنوب السودان الحسي اللي احنا فيه ده، لما هم بدأوا بتوريد متني، وزي ما ذكر الدكتور حكيم بأنه الناس ديل هم رفضوا الفكرة بتاع إنه يتم نقلهم إلى خرطوم، لأنه كان إيكواتوريا كوربس ديل كانوا في منطقة بتاع توريت هناك، العساكر ديل، فهم رفضوا الفكرة إنه يتم نقلهم، لأنه هم عرفوا الفكرة ده قبل الاستقلال بتاع السودان كدولة اللي كنا فيه دولة انفصلنا فيه في 2011. يعني انت لو لاحظت حتى الخطط بتاعهم، لانه انت لو ملاحظ برضه دكتور الحاج ذكر بانه عدد بتاع الناس اللي كانوا قتلوهم من ملحمة بتاع توريد، لانه الحاجة ده فعلا بدأ في الاستوائية، في الشرق الاستوائية، وبعد ذاك اتسع رقع بتاع التمرد، لكن فعلا الأغلبية كانوا استوائيين فعلا. الكلام ده صح. وحتى في واحد من الكتب أنا قريته بأنه في حرب ده أكثر من 500 ألف نفر يعني مواطن، وعلى برضو على أسكر بتاعنا اللي هم ماتوا في فترة ما بين 1955 لحد 1972. ده حسب التقدير عدد الناس ماتوا فيه في بعض من اسمه شنو ده الكتب اللي احنا قريناها. انا بس just wanna show how those our forefathers, there are so many names that brother Bulldozer or Lolaku mentioned there. He mentioned also among those names he mentioned Tangun and Rume. Let me just read a few words لانه نازلنا من قبضهم يا اخوي مجازف. الغادة بتاعنا ديل او اجداد بتاعنا ديل قبضوا جزء منهم ودهم لحد بورسودان، تانيين ودهم لحد خرطوم في في سجن كوبر. وكان في بقول له شنو انتريجيشن او كان في تحقيق معهم، فكانوا صادقين وما خايفين. يعني كلام اللي هم بيقولوا ذاته انت تستغرب بانه فعلا دول كانوا رجال، ده فعلا قيادات عايزين يبنوا دولة، عندهم برامج، هم دارين يأسس دولة، هم ما خايفين من أي زول، لأنه هم كانوا ضد التمييز العنصري، هم كان ضد الانتهاكات اللي كان بيحصل برضه من قبل الجيش السوداني، لأنه كان الجيش السوداني لما يحس إنك أنت ضدهم طوالهم كان بيسحقوك. ففي كان نقرأ بس نبذة ده في كتاب، لأنه ده فقرة أنا عندي له هنا، يعني أنا هقرأه من هنا، وفقرة أصلا أنا برضو برسل لك بعد شيء. شوف ده testimony، يعني ده testimony ده يعني الاختبار بتاع واحد منهم اللي هم اتنين أكتر ناس اللي حققوا معهم، اللي هو تامون ورميه، أكتر ناس حققوا معهم. هو قال هنا تامون and Rome in his testimony. Tangun asserted Tangun and Rome were interrogated more thoroughly than the others. As he later recalled in his testimony, Tangun asserted, "We don't like you. My plan would have been to order the southern Sudanese soldier to capture the airstrip in Torit, in Juba, Bahar al-Ghazal, and Upper Nile, so that no government airplane would land. We would then capture the steamer and then declare our intention to secede from you, Northerners. We are not politicians, nor do we know politics. We do not like you at all. We cannot forget the atrocities that you committed against our ancestors. Our ancestors. If it means death, so be it." شوفوا الكلام ده يا مجازف، كلام قوي جدا. خطة بتاعهم ده يعني هو كان تامون كان في الانتريجيشن اللي هو في التحقيق بتاعهم، هو بيقول خطة بتاعنا اصلا انه هو قال الخطة بتاعي انا، طبعا اي زول انه خطة بتاعه كده. شوف التفكير ده في عام 1000 كده، بس واحد اتخيل في عام 1955 ده زول بيتكلم كده في ظروف الصعب ده وما خايف، وقاعد يتكلم كلام ده قدام الأساكر دي اللي بيحققوا معهم، بأنه أنا أصلا الخطة بتاعي إنه أنا بدي أوامر لأساكر بتاعنا الجنوبين بإنه يقبضوا يعني اير ستريب، يعني ده المهبط أو طيار أو مطار المهبط يعني في طوريت وفي جوبا وفي بحر غزال وفي أبا نايل. يلا من هناك عشان شنو؟ ما في طيارة بتاع الحكومة ينزل في المطار. وهنا احنا شنو هنقبض شنو؟ قال استيما ده برضو ده البواخر. وبعد ذاك احنا هنعلن نوايا بتاعنا بتاع انفصال. احنا ما سياسيين ولا بنعرف سياسة، احنا ما دارينكم، لانه احنا ما بننسى الانتهاكات اللي انتوا ارتكبتوه ضد اجداد بتاعنا. لو الكلام ده بيعني موت فليكن. ده ترجمة للكلام ده. شفت يا اخوي مجازر؟ شوف كلام قوي جدا. قال حتى لو الكلام ده يعني ذاته بيجيب الموت فليكن. وكان بيحترم ده زول بيقول كلام ده. يتخيل ده اجداد بتاعنا في الزمن ده. فما بالك انت هسه زي ما قال دكتور الحاج في الدولة القبلية اللي هسه كير قاعد يبنيو ده، في زول بيكون خايف يقول لك لا انا ما داير اتكلم عشان ابوي في قاعد في جوبا ولا امي قاعد في جوبا ولا عندها اهل في جوبا. زول خايف. لكن شوف غاده ديل ناس تامون ورومي كان قاعدين يتكلموا كيف قدام الادو وبيقول له لو حتى الكلام ده بيجيب الموت فليكن. فانا داير نقول لاخواني واخواتي الجنوبين، تاريخ بتاع جنوب السودان ده ما بدا في 83 ولا بدا في 2005. التاريخ ده بدا من زمن بعيد جدا، من 1947 لحد ما جاء ملحمه بتاع توريت. لانه سنه 47 انتوا عارفين كان شنو حصل؟ انه كان في مؤتمرات كتيره. مؤتمر بتاع 47 حتى بدا من اجداد بتاعنا من الناس لدولوليك، هم قالوا شنو؟ سلاطين بتاعنا. حتى لما قال سلطان بتاعنا الكبير لدولوليك لما كان بيقول للبريتش، قال يا اخي انت ما ممكن تخلينا مع الناس ديل. الناس ديل بقى ياكلوا كسرة لكن احنا لسه نشرب لبن. يعني هو بيتكلم بشكل شنو؟ يعني باريبولي. ودير يقول انه الناس ديل خلاص متطورين متعلمين عندهم ثقافة واي حاجة، لكن احنا لسه دايرين تعليم، دايرين تنمية، دايرين بمعنى لسه انا طفل قاعد اشرب لبن. التاريخ بتاعنا بدأ من زمن داك، واجداد بتاعنا رسموا خريطة ده يا اخوي مجازف في يوم 18 اغسطس 1955. ده بداية بتاع خريطة بتاع جنوب السودان الحالي. لانه حتى الحركة الشعبية قاعد يشاكل من اجل السودان ككل وليس جنوب السودان فقط، بيشاكل من اجل جنوب ككل. والحاجة اللي حصل في يوم 9 يناير لما تم اعلان استفتاء، وبعد ذاك في 9 جولاي 2011 ده كله كان ده برنامج بتاع ناس اجداد بتاعنا اللي بدأوا في توريد ميتوني في 1955. فكرة بتاع استغلال ده فكرة بتاعهم. حتى اللي هو ريفرن سانترلينو أهوري لما ودوه في سنة 57 في برلمان في السودان، هو كان ممثل كتلة بتاع الجنوب. هو قال في برلمان السوداني بأنه الجنوبيين أصلا مطلب بتاعهم هم بيطالبوا الحكم فيدرالي في ظل، يعني شوف محاولات هم بيحاولوا فترات ده كله بأنه هم بيطالبوا بحكم فيدرالي في ظل السودان الموحد. هم ما طالبوا بانفصال، لكن لو هم يوم طالبوا بحق تقرير المصير ما في أي زول هيجيف قدامه يوقفهم من حق تقرير المصير. وقال الكلام ده في سنة 57 في داخل البرلمان، لأنه هو كان ممثل الكتلة الجنوبية في البرلمان السوداني. اتخيل ده الأجداد بتاعنا، وده قسيس، ده قسيس هو خلى شغل بتاع قساوسة كقسيس كاثوليكي عشان هو يدافع عن حقوق بتاعنا وحقوق بتاع الدولة الهسه اللي احنا فيه. لكن انت اسأل نفسك يا مجازف بالتاريخ الكبير ده لحركة بتاع أنيانيا وان البدأ من 18 أغسطس 1955. ده يوم تاريخي، ده أول ملحمة قبل استقلال بتاع السودان. ده هو أدى يعني طريق الحقيقي. وبعد من الناس دي اللي جاي انضموا حتى زي ناس سيلفاكير ده، بما إنه هو كان في أنيانيا وان هو انضم سنة 65، هو كان ولد صغير ضعيف كده، حتى ذاته ما بيعرف يرفع سلاح، لدرجة إنه أنكل جوزيف لاقوه اشترى له عجلة لأنه جسمه نحيف. عجلة هو بيرسله، هم قاعد يقولوا ده is my boy. يا ترى ليه هم ما قاعدين يذكروا يوم ده؟ ليه ما قاعدين يذكروا هو 18 أغسطس 1955؟ ليه ما قاعدين يخطوا ذكرى حتى بتاع أجداد بتاعهم؟ يتخيل لو في ناس اللي كانوا مفروض to claim everything، مفروض ده يكونوا الناس بتاع الأجداد بتاعنا بتاع 1955 ديل، هم يدعوا بالثورة ده، لأنه هم يجوا بفكرة ده، هم جوا بفكرة بتاع تحرير العقول وإنه شنو يكون عندنا دولة بيمثلنا إحنا كشعوب الإفريقية أو الشعب الإفريقي في جزء الجنوبي من جمهورية السودان القديم اللي إحنا كنا فيه. أخوي مجازف أنا ما هطيل كتير، زي ما أنت شايف برضو أستاذ آدم كوزينجو، لأنه أبوه واحد من المناضلين ذاته بتاع حركة أنيانيا وان، لأنه تم اعتقال والد أستاذ آدم كوزينجو سبت برضه، هو كان معتقل وكثيرين منهم. وأنا بقيف هنا وشكرا لك كتير مجاسف. لو في أي حاجة بعد ذاك أنا ممكن برد، لكن حبيت إن أجي في الاستوديو عشان برضه نشاركك، وبحييك برضه على الطلعة والمنظر جميل جدا يليق بثورة 55. شكرا كثير. وأنا بقول شنو happy 68th anniversary for people of South Sudan. Thank you.
يا شكرا كثير مولانا تريزا. Respect for you as one of our sisters, those who are fighting for the right of our people, and I appreciate so much يعني النقاط اللي ذكرتيه وكده. وكمان نشكر استاذ ادم انه هو قاعد يذكرنا ببعض الاشياء كتابيا، وما اعرف لو قدرنا نسمع صوته ممكن في الكلاب هاوس برضه بيكون كويس، وانا ما اعرف كيف. لكن خلينا ندي فرصه لبرادا سباتا. Brother Sabata, you can go ahead, please, and then from there we'll open the discussion for this debate as well. Thank you very much. And Teresa, I don't know, عندنا نقاط مهمة هنناقش فوقه، وممكن في 2 أسئلة كده أنا بسألك بعدك ممكن نمشي في الكلاب هاوس إذا قفلنا الفيسبوك. شكرا كثير. Yeah. Brother Sabata, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Participated in this discussion, and I mean those who are up here and those who are also in the audience chamber. I will approach my submission very differently from just giving facts, historical facts about what has been happening from the military wing with Anyanya or the political wing. Instead, what I would want to say is this. There is an echo. Mujasif, I think you're oh, thank you. Thank you for muting. Yes, I want to carry out my discussion by saying this, that first of all, congratulations to all South Sudanese for the historic day of today, and we'll continue doing this every year. And I would wish that the way we would be commemorating the August 18th would be in a different format. I've always encouraged the idea that people should celebrate it physically by organizing within states or wherever they are and organizing resources and either throwing parties, celebration events, or barbecues, where you can, where we can bring even the youth together and even those who are usually not politically oriented. Let them all come and celebrate. Let there be a kind of an event where people will come together and basically share something. You see, that will be more powerful, that will be more effective. It is an effective way of passing on information, because in this way, you will make history alive. Other than sometimes, if we are not doing this, then it can easily die off. Because just think about it: how many people are discussing this on Facebook or on Clubhouse? But if we are having physical events taking place, for example, in the weekend, tomorrow is Saturday. Suppose we are having tomorrow events in Texas, in Illinois, in Utah, Mahalatal, South Sudanese, Fogoketir. There are events taking place commemorating that day. Then we will make actually that Memorial Day, the August 18th alive. You see. And it will basically, youth will always come in and will ask questions about this. Why is this day actually important? And answering them at an individual level while people are just eating wajad bashikal zede is a form of education in itself, and it is very powerful. You see, and so I would really encourage the idea that this kind of initiatives should be done, and it will be good if leaders of communities within states would initiate that. But if it is very hard for leaders of communities to kind of, bring this to life, let individuals. It doesn't have to be a leader of a community to bring these kind of things. Individuals can move such kind of things. For example, if I live in Utah, and I can persuade about 4 or 5 individuals who would understand the importance of bringing this and making a physical celebration, we can just raise money and just do a barbecue. And it will start slowly by slowly, and eventually yearly, as time go by, the communities will come to their senses and realize how important this thing is and kind of celebrate it. And eventually, as time go by, it will become big. Because every year now, it has been a while since we have started talking about this, and it has been a while, and nothing has been happening. You see, we don't hear about barbecues being done. We don't hear about celebration. At least right now, it was Daniel who said earlier that there was an attempt to celebrate it in Torit, but it has been denied. That's fine. It is denied back home. Like we in diaspora here, who is going to deny us these kind of things? And we are all working, most, or at least most of us are working. We can easily generate money to do this. But then if we cannot do it, that means maybe we do not have the spirit of those people who can always initiate and move something. And I would want to say, in particular to Equatorians, Al Assassino, Equatorians, if you are to champion this, thumbs up to you, because I'm sure non-Equatorians will never think of championing this. All right, and I'm sure if this Anyanya one was something that was actually initiated and led by non-Equatorians to begin with, I'm sure those people will have the energy to do that. You see, so for that reason, the challenge is on you Equatorians. You should be able to start this up, and then the other people will join. But if you cannot start it,
you will always just go ahead and celebrate May 16th, you know, celebrate things here and there, who are actually going, and those are events that are always being initiated by non-Equatorians. I know that for a fact. I live here in America. I know if there are some events that are done within capacity of offices with SPLM, they are always initiated by non-Equatorians, and the Equatorians are always just coming to participate and hajat bashikil kida, which I think is mind-boggling, but it is challenging. And I think Equatorians should pull up their socks. At least let us see, starting from next year, at least if 1 or 2 states start doing that, that would be really good. Now, I personally have always desired so much to affiliate this Anyanya movement so much to the government of the regional autonomy as its product, because, and I think that would give one good reason why people should actually celebrate it, because the government of the regional autonomy was a very, very clean aftermath of a revolution, okay? It was able to provide education, it was able to provide awakening, awareness, it was able to provide a lot of positive things. And a good revolution should bring a situation where people then eventually live happily and comfortably with good security, with good education, with good services. And this is exactly what the Anyanya revolution brought. The Anyanya revolution, I think, when it brought in directly the government of the Addis Ababa agreement, which was signed, even if it is only for a very short time, 11 years, but the 11 years, what has been achieved during that time, Independence Day is not even able to deliver half of it. All right, most of the education, you cannot even compare education that was delivered during those days and the education that is delivered in this independence, you see. So actually that gives good reason why not even can Equatorians, it should have been actually all South Sudanese to actually celebrate this August 18th with enthusiasm, because the aftermath of that revolution brought a lot of good to the people. Because a revolution that does not bring good to the people is meaningless. For those who are mutarifin with Jongereng, my Jongereng even said it, if you shout revolution, revolution, and in the aftermath of the revolution, there are no good services, then this revolution is meaningless. You see, so when we talk of the Anyanya revolution was meaningful. It was not meaningless, because the product of the Anyanya revolution brought about good services to the people. And a lot of the people who got educated and were able to build that political force that even came and negotiated during then the second civil war. Most of those people actually found their initial education within the period of the Addis Ababa Agreement government, which was a byproduct, which was a direct product of the Anyanya revolution. You see, so you people can see how beneficial this Anyanya revolution has brought you good situation, and has actually empowered and has made you strong capacity-wise with respect to education, even politically aware. All right. So it is for that reason that I think it will be actually proper for all South Sudanese to celebrate the Anyanya to celebrate Anyanya Memorial Days every August 18th, or at least the weekend of every August 18th. And because I'm also aware that there is a very high rate of tribalism going on in Junub Sudan, if the non-Equatorians are reluctant to do that because they feel as though the Anyanya was pretty much driven mostly by Equatorians, then Equatorians don't sleep. You should champion this and just get this going. And this is very important, and it will even transmit information to your youth in a very efficient manner, and it will actually build some narratives to your youth, things that they have not known, information that are very important. Now, the other thing that I would like to mention is that we know very well that from the time when the Anyanya movement settled the goals of their movement with what is called the regional autonomy, one thing that we have come to know that has educated us very well is the fact that when that regional autonomy was formed and the intention of creating that integrated South Sudan identity kind of failed around 1983, it also took politicians who have actually fought the Anyanya War to sit down, and some of them even just decided that, okay, let us retain the administrative divisions of these three regions and hold it there and start to build South Sudan from there. You see, and it kind of provides us with a good, if people are to look at it not from an emotional standpoint but from a rational standpoint, it provided us with an awareness that an integrated South Sudanese identity is not easy. It challenged those politicians before. So if we are to look at this from a rational standpoint, then if we are to build ourselves today, we will also consider that challenge. You see, because we cannot just swipe under the carpet, because if we swipe it under the carpet, then it brings us to where we are right now, where there is now an initiative to just kind of wipe away these territorial subdivisions that existed amongst the South Sudanese, and the attempt of trying to swipe it out and just kind of integrating people, clustering the people together, is now creating a situation where Dr. Al-Haj earlier was basically implying fear of extinct section of people who are the Equatorians, saying the Equatorians will suffer in this tribal state which is being created. And that is an implied fear. And where is that implied fear coming from? That implied fear is coming from the fact that people are swiping away the challenge that the politicians who fought in the Anyanya realized in 1983 that an integrated identity was challenging. So we should administratively kind of carry out certain division, and the new politicians who came and fought the second civil war, I think, just ignored the steps that the older politicians have actually been faced with, and which is not a very wise way of seeing or constructing what is called a state nation, you see. And that is why Dr. Hakim Dario was presenting all those concerns earlier of a state that is not delivering what is expected, a state that is not delivering good governance. Because every revolution, after a revolution, people expect to see good governance. Freedom does not mean free from Mundukuru, no. Freedom means less arbitrary governance. That is the meaning of freedom. Even here in America, when people talk of limited government, people means government should not intervene in people's private lives so much, or government should not regulate lives arbitrarily, randomly, to an extent where then your private realm will feel as though it has been infringed by arbitrary authority. That is what freedom means. Freedom does not mean free from governance becomes Mundukuru. That is the translation, and I think is completely wrong, that people of South Sudan seems to be taking. You see, so right now, as we speak, the aftermath of his second civil war has actually infringed so much in people's life to an extent there is not even freedom. Freedom ما في حسب في داخل جنوب السودان هناك. You see, security ناس بيخافوا من security to an extent ناس ما قاعدين يمشي برا عشان especially the non-dinka to use bathrooms وحاجات بشكل زي برا. This is contrary to what is called freedom. And I get surprised when people still talk as though they are free, just because they are free from northern administration. That is a completely misconstrued definition of what freedom is, you see. So all in all, what I would want to conclude by is to kind of just touch base on the idea that at least let people start, or especially the Equatorians, to take the idea of doing physical or engaging in events and getting all women and youth together celebrating this thing in parks or in form of parties at halls or is very important so that we keep history alive and will easily be able to water down this message to our youth so that our youth will be connected with certain realities. Let us just not have these things sometimes delivered in form of Kanu books, and then the youth who are not politically oriented, who are not even paying attention to the things that sometimes we say in Facebooks and Clubhouse, and they will continue to remain out of touch with this kind of things, you know. And I will not take much. Thank you, Brother Mujasi, for giving me the opportunity, and I will give the mic back to you. God bless you all.
Yeah, shukran, Brother Sabata. But before me, just to go ahead, to give chances for those who would like to, to say something, just let me again to get a short of time for 2 minutes to play the song of our brother Tommy of Olomoy for this song, and then we proceed again with our discussion. We'll give chance to Deacon Francis and then Ustaz Tito, and then from there I will open the discussion to debate about this issue. And the questions of the debate also will start with why the government of South Sudan cannot recognize the 18th of August 1955. Why they don't put it in the agenda as an official, day in the country. And they put some official day in the country where we don't consider them as very important even. لينا زي ما قاعدين يخطوا برنامج ده عشان الناس يحتفلوا بيوم 18 8 اللي حصل في 1955. لكن خلي نخط غنية بتاعت أخونا تومي, and then from there we'll go ahead. Yeah, just let me play it a little bit, Teresa, and then we proceed. Yeah.
Angere Equatoria down, Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. Anyanyawan, Angere Equatoria down, Torit mutiny. Anyanya, Angere Equatoria down, Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. Iterionya remdo 1955, Iterio iba Equatoria, Iterionya iba olori, oremisi oremi idwa lori, angereja oremisi iyaba obiliba, igorong tomon gogotoni, igotori mundu kuru, aria igulo nuga ingadi ilangi, oye idengere gosi gulo nuga igimodonge, ajoni oye idengere gosi gulo nuga igimodonge, anyanyawan. Angereja Equatoria down, Torit mutiny. Anyanya, Angereja Equatoria down, Torit mutiny today. Torit today. Anyanyawan, angereja Equatoria down. Torit mutiny, anyanya, angereja Equatoria down. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. They must be remembered all the time. Anyanyawan, our heroes. Salute Daniel Yumik Tongun. Salute Marco Rume. Salute Sanabio Opong. Salute Emilio Raveng. Salute Pompeo Rosenger. Salute Lodu Lokang. Salute Vilane Locha. Salute Akimo Kariba. Salute Anyanyawan Dang Lamaji. Equatoria Cops our heroes. They die for us, they die for the land, the beautiful Equatoria. Anyanyawan, Angereja Equatoria Dang. Torit mutiny, Anyanya, Angereja Equatoria Dang. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today. Anyanyawan, angereja Equatoria down. Torit mutiny, anyanya, angereja Equatoria down. Torit mutiny today. Torit mutiny today.
Julius on Torit.
Member, Anyanyawan revolution, whose blood cemented the beautiful Equatoria. God bless.
Yeah, shukran. Nashkur Akhuna, our cousin, of course, Tommy. So he make a very nice song. ربنا يباركه ويبارك كل الناس اللي موجودين هنا. Teresa, before me to proceed ahead, if you have something to mention, because I think we'll close the Facebook and we'll go to join the discussion. It will be hot in the clubhouse. And then يعني نقدر نمشي قدام عشان بس ندي تيتو يعمل خلاصة وبعد ذاك كان هنا نطلع. بس أنا نديك فرصة أخيرة عشان تقول حاجة. فضل.
يا شكرا كثير أخوي مجازف. أنا بدي نشكرك برضو لسه نجدد يعني الشكر بتاعنا إنك قدرت تنظم اليوم ده يوم مهم جدا. وإنت هسه لو هتلاحظ في ناس كتار قاعدين يتابعوا في grandchildren وفي sons and daughters للقادة ديل اللي ساهموا في وضع خارطة بتاع جنوب السودان الحالي اللي هو القادة بتاع توريت ميتوني ده. فأنا بشكرك كتير، وأنا بسمن على كلام اللي قاله أخوي سباتا في كلامه اللي هو قال إنه الذكر ده لازم يكون في الواقع، ما بالضرورة إنه يكون مثلا في الميديا وكده، لكن لازم يعملوا في أرض الواقع. ده بدي فرصة إنه برضو الشباب الأجيال الجديدة الأجيال البورانا ممكن هم يتعلموا، عشان بعد ذاك هم ذاتهم يواصلوا بالذكر ده، أو من خلال الذكر ده ذاته ممكن هيطلع برامج كتيرة أو أفكار بإنه ممكن يعني يفكروا في تأسيس حتى لو ما متحف كبير، أو حتى في محل الخط فيه اللي أنت شايف فيه خريطة بتاع السودان خطوا فيه ده محل بتاع الملهى ذاته بتاع توريد ده، هيخلي العيال اللي في المستقبل هم يفكروا يمشوا يخطوا يعني حاجات تذكارية زيادة. ممكن يبنوا متحف أو محل عشان يذكروا فيه أجداد بتاعنا ده، لأنه إحنا ما دارين تاريخ ده يمشي ساكت، لازم يكون ذكرى خالدة، لأنه ده فكرة أو النواة بتاع فكرة بتاع الدولة بتاع جنوب السودان بدأ من هناك. فأنا بسمن في كلام اللي قالوا سباتا بأنه لازم الاحتفال يكون في أرض الواقع، ما بس إحنا عايشين حفلة وكده، لكن برضو الناس يجمعوا التبرعات عشان يأسسوا به حاجة ذكرى خالدة للناس دي. حتى أسر بتاعهم ذاته يعني الموجودين مثلا في أماكن مختلفة في محل بتاع احتفال لازم يجيبوهم يوروا يعني بأنه آبائهم كان برضو ساهموا بشكل كبير جدا. قريت تخيل إنه غادة بتاعنا اللي كان بيمشوا لحد الكونغو عشان يمشي يجيبوا السلاح. شوف الطريقة كان كيف. يعني أنت لو لاحظت يعني لو في واحدين أولادهم كبار هسه هم طبعا توفوا، لو أنت سمعت الكلام اللي هم بيتكلموا زي مثلا زي ديفيد دادا كان بيتكلم طريقة اللي هم بيجيبوا بو سلاح هم كان بيدسوه كيف، كان طريقة خطر جدا. فده حاجات محتاج إنه لأنه لو إحنا بقينا نعمل حاجة زي ده يعني مثلا زي ناس أنكل آدم كوسينجو هنا كوسينجو هو واحد من الناس لسه عنده أفكار اللي إنه اللي كان أبوهم كان بيحكي له. فده ممكن يكون واحد من المتحدثين يجي يتكلم ويحكي الحقيقة. في كتار منهم مثلا زي أخونا دانيال سورو برضو يعني عاصر الناس دي. حتى أستاذ تيتو بعدين أنت هتسمع منه الكثير من يعني برغم إنه في السبعينات بعد من الغادة ديل كانوا قاعدين فهم كان بيحكوا يعني ناس الغادة ديل بتاع نيوان ده بيقوا بسيطين جدا جدا، بالذات البدو النواه الأول. أنا ما قاعد أتكلم عن الناس اللي جاي ينضموا بعد ذاك زي ناس جونجرانج زي ناس سيلفاكير، أنا بتكلم عن النواه بتاع توريت ميتني. شفت كيف؟ لأنه في فترة بتاع 55 لحد في جاية في انضمامات ده بيختلف تماما، لأنه ناس ديل دايرين ذاته هم يورونا يعني زي هذه الصورة أنت خطيته كده. شوف المنظر بتاعهم ده بوريك إنه فعلا هم كانوا في ظروف صعب، لكن كان في الحب لهذا التراب وحب لتأسيس دولة كان موجود. يعني تانيين كان بيمشوا حفيانين، يعني تانيين ما عندهم ملابس، اللي بيكون لابس رداء مقطع، يعني ظروف صعب شديد. ده يوم تاريخي وأنا بحيي كل أسر بتاع توريد متني الأبوهات بتاعهم. أنا ذاتي برضو عندي أهلي فيهم، لكن أنا بحيي الناس اللي أنا بعرف أبوهاتهم بشكل مباشر هنا عبر هذا المنبر. أخوي مجازف على راسهم برضو أستاذ آدم كوزينجو، وعندنا في ناس كتار هناك برضو يا اللي هو later on لما أنكل جوزيف لاقوه ربنا يطول من عمره، هو برضو واحد من الناس اللي برضو جاء قدر إنه يصلح لما سنترلينو وهوري اللي هو القس سنترلينو وهوري برضو أغناه بإنه إنت لسه شعب، تعال وإنت عندك خبرة عسكرية تعال ساعد عشان إنت تقدر شنو تنظم هذا الجيش. لأنه معروف كان اللي هو جنرال تابنج هو كان يا هناك، لكن تعرف بأنه تعليم بتاع تابنج كان محدود. وشوف التواضع ده مع إنه تابنج كان أكبر، هو في عمره إنه أكبر من أنكل جوزيف لاجو، لكن بالتواضع كده. تخيل ده حاجة تشوف إنه نازل كان فعلا عندهم حب لهذا يعني لهذا الفكر. يعني شوف أنكل تابنج قدر يتنازل لأنكل جوزيف لاجو في الستينات لما هو جاء بدأ ينزل. ليه هو عمل كده؟ لأنه شايف ده متعلم أحسن أكتر منه، ونمرة اتنين بإنه هو عنده خبرة عسكرية ممكن يقدر ينظم. شوف التواضع ده، وده السبب اللي خلى إنه هم كانوا قدروا ينجوا برغم إنه مثلا لسه إحنا بنقول مثلا في خذلان في جانب بتاع توقيع الاتفاقية، لكن لما نتكلم في الميتوني في ذات نفسه كان فيه فكر عظيم جدا. شكرا جزيلا، وبعد ذلك أنا بنضم عليكم هنا في كلاب هاوس، وربنا يبارككم and happy 68th anniversary for our people of South Sudan. Yeah, thank you. صوت ما في.
سوري انا كنت في هنا المايك بتاعي مقفول. انا قلت المكان اللي انت
هسه
ذكرتيه ده، اي المكان اللي انت ذكرتيه ده مهم جدا. ولو ان احنا دايرين نتكلم عن الناس ديل اللي في الصوره زي انت ذكرتي ديل، يعني ناس بسيطة جدا لكن كان عندهم استراتيجيه عسكريه امنيه غريبه جدا. يعني باثنين ثلاثه اسلحه قدروا يعملوا المستحيل عشان كده أنا دار أقول لإيكاتوريانز exactly all the Equatorians and all the South Sudanese in general but passing for the Equatorians that place في فكرتي أنا المفروض أن نفكر إنه المكان ده عشان يكون ثابت للمستقبل للأجيال الجاية وشغل قاموا به وشغل عسكري المفروض يكون يأسسوا فيه مركز قومي للدراسات الاستراتيجية والأمنية في المستقبل. مركز القومي للدراسات الأمنية أو للدراسات الاستراتيجية والأمنية. وأنا كزول متخصص في هذا المجال لو ربنا طول العمر بتاع زول وأدى هدية لإنسان إن شاء الله واحد يركز يعمل حاجة زي ده. لأنه this is very important. لأنه الناس دل لو ما كانوا واعيين عسكريا واستراتيجيا الناس ما كانوا قاموا بالشغل اللي هم عملوا ده. كده شوف الصورة الأول ده بس. يعني by the way أنا ما I don't want to mention الناس اللي فيها عشان ما it's not عشان نقوله هنا. يعني الناس اللي لابسين ريدة ديل by the way كده شوف ده الناس اللي بالشغل الأول. في واحد هنا الريدة بتاعه مقطع هنا لابس تاجية كده زي بتاع الجيش ومكتوب هنا ده by the way this is one of my grandfathers. So زول ده لا متعلم لا شيء لكن كيف إنه يكون استراتيجي إنه يقدروا يقتنعوا بإنه هم يقدروا يعملوا حاجة. So I am not going to deal so much. God is great. Nothing is going to be, dropped down. Even though the SPLM, SPLA, they refuse to celebrate this day, but the time will come when everything will be in the place. So تريزا أنا بشكرك نحن هنمشي في الكلاب هاوس وربنا يباركك أختي وإن شاء الله نحن هنستمر في النضال من أجل حقوق بتاعت الإنسان وده مجالك أنت كإنسانة درست القانون. إن شاء الله ربنا يديكي طول العمر تكافئ من أجل المرأة من أجل الأطفال من أجل كل أبناء جنوب السودان اللي قاعد دائما تسلب حقوق بتاعهم. فشكرا لك كثير and then we'll join the clubhouse. شكرا. طيب يا جماعة نحن هنمشي في الكلاب هاوس. But before that let me give chance to Deacon Francis first and then I would like Tito to go more also about what he prepared for us in this day. And then we'll give our brother Uchang a chance and then we'll open the discussion for all these gentlemen here. Thank you. Francis, Molana Francis. Sorry, Deacon Francis.
شكرا باشمهندس.
By the way طبعا اي زول قرا theology وفلسفي وذاته مولانا يعني لانه في قانون فوقه. Anyway go ahead. Thank you.
ما تدينا حاجه انا ما بستيق له. شكرا جزيلا باشمهندس مجازف وعايز كمان اشكر الزملاء بتاعتك الموجودين معك في بوديوم especially تحية خاص لصوت العدالة والمساواة الامرأة اللي بتعفس المبادئ بتاعتها في كل وقت. الأخت تريزا أنا بقدم لك تحية خاص لأنه منذ أنا تعرفت عليك في السوشيال ميديا أنت ما زلت تريزا صوته عالي في كل وقت من أجل نشر العدالة والمساواة في بلد بتاعتنا. مجازب زي ما أنت بتعرف أو بعض زملائك الموجودين في السوشيال ميديا I'm very selective. I'm very selective for many reasons for myself because I have some very strict values but in principle I want to keep them for myself. أنا ما قاعد يجي فوق ساكت إلا لما أنا أشوف فعلا بيني في حاجة في إضافة أنا ممكن أضيفه وكمان في الموقع اللي أنا بشوفه بإني can reflect what I believe and this was one of the reasons I just show up في محل بتاعتك أو في الذكرى المهمة كتير لكل الجنوبيين مش مجرد فقط المنطقة الجغرافية اللي بدأ فوقه النضال في جنوب السودان. فأنا جيت فوق مش عشان أنا بتكلم بصوت بتاع الكنيسة الكاثوليكية، لكن أنا جيت فوق عشان أضيف حاجة وأعمل بعض بسيط كوركشن بالذات لأختي تريزا في الكلام اللي قالته في حق المناضل الكبير الأب سنترنينو أورو. أنت ذكرتي بأن القس الكاثوليكي abandoned his priesthood and then he decided to be a boyist بالنسبة لأهله. في اعتقادي الشخصي بأن الأب سانترنينو he did not abandon his call as a priest. هو كان بيعمل امتداد ل his call to priesthood. وإحنا كلنا بنعرف ما فيش أي دين من الديانات السماوية الأربعة اللي قلنا كلهم بينات بعدالة والمساواة. عدالة ومساواة للبشر جماعة بغض النظر عن خلفية بتاعتهم أو their social status or where they come from. دي كان من ضمن الأسباب الرئيسية اللي خلى الأب سانترنينو بين تقود النضال أو في بداية بتاع النضال في جنوب السودان. وخليني برضو أضم صوتي بالنسبة لكم للناس المتاسفين، وأنا بقول لنا متاسف لأنه يوم زي ده اللي هي يعتبر فونديشن بتاع النضال بتاع شعب الجنوب أو شعب الجنوبي بتاع جنوب السودان أصبحت كانوا في ذكرى منسية، بالذات في الوقت ده إحنا عندنا دولة مستغلة موجود في جنوب السودان، وبتعرف بالضبط بين أنت لما تجي if you want or if you have a foundation ولا لو أنت ده تقطع الشجرة أنت ما بتبدأه في الأفرع بتاعته، أنت بتبدأ الشجرة بين تقطعه من تحت من جذوره لو أنت دايره عشان المكان ده يكون كويس، عشان ما في حاجة تاني يجي يعمل تأثير في الجنينة اللي أنت داير تعمله ولا أنت داير تعمل مزرعة، أنت بتبدأه من تحت. ليه القيادات الجنوبية ناسين الأساس بتاع النضال بتاع الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان، وهو يوم 18 من شهر أغسطس 1955. ده شيء بيوصف كل أي واحد anyone who consider himself that he care and he care about the history and he care about the struggle of Southern Sudanese people. You should not, or the government of South Sudan should not abandon this day. أنا كنت بتمنى بأن يكون يوم من أيام اللي يعتبر public holidays في جنوب السودان، الممكن يعلموها في المدارس، الممكن يقام له مهرجانات زي ما قال الأخ سباتة قبل، بين من نفترض اليوم ده يكون ده يوم الشعب الجنوبي بيحتفل. أنا بتكلم قدامكم ده من ضمن بعتبر نفسي الثمار بتاع النضال بتاع 55 بداية بتاع ثورة في توريت. والدي من ضمن الناس المشوا بأرجلهم من مملكة بتاع الشلب كده. تخيل أنتم أقرب شوية لكونغو، لكن على حسب كلام اللي قالوا لي أبوي بيني كان عندهم 3 شهور ماشيين عشان ما يقدر يوصلوا لكونغو. بعض الصور اللي انتم the one you display here في جزء منهم عندهم أردية حتى لو كان مشروط. أبوي بيقول لي بين ما كان ما هو أي حاجة غير لاو صغير كده في لاو عند شلوك وما بيسموه أدوكيل ده ما لاو اللي انت بتسافر به، ده لاو انت بتلف به في داخل القرية، لكن ده كان الوحيد المتاح بالنسبة له بين يمشوا مع زملاء بتاعتهم. طوله كان طويل وكان عنده عجم، عشان كده هم اختاروا بين الناس أنا بقدر يتعاملوا تداريس بتاع منطقة بتاع الاستوائية أو على الأقل بقدر يوصلوا لكونغو. and فعلا they did it. 3 شهور مشى من فشودة و3 شهور رجوع لجنوب لمنطقة بتاع فشودة تاني. لأنه في نقطة تانية مهم يمكن بعض الناس منكم ما بيعرفوها، وده كان من ضمن الأسباب بتاع النجاح بتاع الحركة بتاع نيانيا 1. بإن في حركة بتاع نيانيا 1 ما كان بيجيبوا أي قائد من أي منطقة تاني، كل أي منطقة كان ابن المنطقة بيتم تنسيبه بأن يكون مسؤولية مباشر للقيادة بتاع المجموع الموجود في المنطقة بتاعته، لأنه هو بقدر يعرف إذا كان في مشكلة جاء بقدر ينقص الناس اللي هو بيقولوا ده كيف بقدر يمشوا كيف. وفي منطقة بتاعتنا من ضمن القيادات اللي كان بتقود أيدي الحركة هو أخ الأكبر بالنسبة للمرحوم جنرال بيو يوكوان دينغ. أخوه كان اسمه مجلوكا، للأسف ربطوه على بابور وتم قتله من قبل الجيش بتاعت السودان في وقت داك. كلام ده تقريبا سنة 63. ما هو أخوه تاني أو القسيس برضو من منطقة بتاع شلوك، أخوه الأكبر منه قتلهم في نفس ربطهم في مكنة بتاع بابور ورموهم في البحر. بس ده مش هو النقطة المهم. النقطة المهمة أنا داير أرجع لسام بتاع الكنيسة الكاثوليكية. بين المساهمة بتاع الكنيسة الكاثوليكية من ما بدأت من سنة 55 ما وقفت حتى في وقت الراهن اللي أنا بنتكلم فوقه، ما انتهت. وكنت بتمنى من المؤرخين أمثال أخي تيتو بأن يركزوا في نقاط ده بتركيز مهم شديد جدا جدا، لأنه يبدو بأن في خط غير مولن بأن الناس تانيين يشيلون برا من الخريطة، يشيلون برا من التاريخ المعاصر بالنسبة لجنوب السودان. If you take for example هو لسه عايش بيناتنا اللي هو كاردينال جابرييل زبير واكو، في منو اللي ما بيعرف النضال بتاعته في داخل نار في الخرطوم؟ لو انت اخذت المرحوم مسنيور هيلاري بوما أومولو المات في غرفة مات في غربة قبل كم سنتين تقريبا وكنت شالوه في الجنوب برضو الناس يسمونه the way they receive it was not the way that we should have affected that we should we were expecting being a man like him that who did struggle in the heart of Khartoum لحد ما سجنوه وعملوا نصابون السبت. فعايز أقول لكم يا أخ مجازف وأخت تريزا والإخوة الموجودين دكتور الحاج بين النضال بتاع الكنيسة الكاثوليكية كالصوت بتاع إنجيل اللي هم يستلموه ما وقفت بمجرد موت بتاع سانترنينو بألاب سانترنينو أورو. It has continued. It has continued till today. حتى في الحركة بتاعت اللي يسمونه بتاعت التأسيس بتاع حركة شعبية 83 كان في أكثر من 50 أب كاثوليكي كانوا منضمين، وحتى لو بعض منهم ما أعلنوا بطريقة مباشرة، حتى بعض منهم ما أعلنوا بطريقة مباشرة. You will not forget today المطران تعبان ألفريد ناس يسمونه فريد تعبان ربنا يطول عمره بنضال بتاعته ما بتنسى. واحد منهم اتوفى هنا في شهر 6 المضى ده، اللي هو مطران مكرم ماكس. بالرغم هو ما جنوبي، لكن منو اللي بيقدر ينسى دور بتاع مطران مكرم ماكس؟ مطران بتاع الأبيض مات وقت تم الدفن بتاعته في أمريكا السنة دي. أنت ما بتلقى في الدفن بتاعته 3 ولا 4 سودانيين. مات برضو منسوه، نسوه، ما في زول جاب خبره. ناس دومينيك ماتون، ناس أبونا بنسن ألون، ديل ناس ديل قدموا حياتهم ك sacrifice عشان ما يكون في عدالة والمساواة لشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. وباشمهندس مجازف، أنا بتمنى لك للكلام اللي أنت قلته قبل شوية، إن شاء الله ربنا يديك عمر وأنت هتكون شخص الممكن تضع ذكرى. لو أنت ما بتقدر تعمل تمثال أو ما الشعب بتاع الاستوائية، شعب بتاع السودان جنوب السودان لو ما بقدر يعمل تمثال للأب سنتينينو أورو، you as the people from Eastern Equatoria، لأنه حاجة ده كانوا بقى دخل فوق كشف بيوت. You have a responsibility to record the history if you are serious and you wanted really to give the credit where it belongs. فأنا عايز أقدم تحية خاص لكل قيادات ديل، وعايز أقول لكم شكرا لو أنتم ناس ما دايرين تنسوا تاريخ وقدرتوا تجيبوها فوق اليوم، بغض النظر عن شنو بيعمل الحكومة بتاع جنوب السودان. نحن كشعب بتاع جنوب السودان عندنا مسؤولية بين نسجل تاريخ ونقدم المجد وأمجاد للناس اللي قدموا أرواح بتاعتهم رخيص من أجل العدالة والمساواة في بلد بتاعتنا. ربنا يبارككم and continue keeping your principles strict. الإنسان اللي بيقدر يسجل تاريخ ده زول بتاع مبادئ. خليك عندك مبادئ بتاعتك وما تلعب به، من ضمنهم نشر العدالة والمساواة بين الناس. ربنا يبارككم. والتاريخ الحقيقي بالنسبة للشعب بالنضال بتاع الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان سيتم تجزيله بعرف من الذهب إن شاء الله. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا جزيلا ديكون فرانسيس. يبريسايز حاجات كثيرة طبعا في للجثث اللي شاركوا في الفترة بتاعت النضال، ونحن نركز في 18/8/1955 وطبعا مرورا بكل الجثث اللي جو وغاية في أحد اللي انت ذكرته من ضمنهم الكاردينال جبريل زبير واكو وبعد طبعا. ونحن لكن نخلي بالنا بانه ساترلينو اوغوري هو من ضمن الناس اللي كان اساسا بقول له شنو الخلايا النايمه، من الناس الخلايا النايمه اللي كانوا بينظموا للشغل بتاعت ملحمه بتاعت توريت ذاته يعني صراحه، لانه في ايفيدنس كثير بيقولوا الحاجات ده. لكن ناس طبعا اللي عندهم التاريخ زي ناس استاذ ادمز وناس استاذ تيتو ديل كله هيجوا ويكون عندهم فرصه عشان يتكلموا. فطبعا الغرفه بقى يعني عظيم جدا، وعظيم هو الله دائما. انا يعني داير من الاخوه الموجودين يا ريت كل زول يحاول يعني يفكر عن الناس التانيين، والكميه الحائله الموجود ده كمان انه الناس عشان تستفيد كل زول ممكن يحاول يختصر يعني حديثه في بعض الحاجات المهمه. وانا قاعدين نتكلم في ذكرى بتاع 18 أغسطس 1955 بتاع ملحمه بتاع توريت. وبعد ذاك هنينا هنفتح الديسكشن، بس لانه انا داير ندي تيتو يسرد بعض الاشياء التاريخيه بسيط وبعدين في مستر بيس and then from there باقي الاخوه وبرضه استاذ ادم sorry and then from there I think we can open what we can discuss about this issue. And my interest is why the government of South Sudan is not considering the 18th of August 1955 is one of the national event or a national day. Why? يعني حتى ذاته قال في ناس قاعدين يخافوا انه يقوموا بالاحتفال في موضوع بتاع يوم 15 سوري يوم 18/8 ده. يعني في شنو يعني؟ انا بناشد الناس الموجودين عندنا في كاتوريا وخاصه الناس الموجودين في توريت. Nobody was going to stop that. من يوم يجي المفروض يدقوا لقارة يشربوا مريسة بتام يتكلموا من العدالة ويعملوا لقارة كبير جدا وما في زول وقف زول. لو في زول وقف زول ان احنا طوالي ندور حرب ذاته. ندور حرب زي ما دورناه في سنة 1955 لجدودنا اللي كانوا موجودين. I don't want to deal to those so much, but let me give chance to Tito, and then we'll come to the elders, those who are here. That's just precise so that we can give chances to many people, and then we open the discussion for those of Dr. Hakim, Dario, or Dr. Al-Haj, or Daniel, or Lala Kuna, Sabata, or Mojmua Kulu. Let's open the discussion. Thank you. Tito, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Mujazi. I hope I am audible.
صوتك واضح تيتو. انت كان ما تنتهي عشان انا بقفل الفيسبوك. انا داير هيستوريكال باك جراوند بتاعك لازم يصل للناس الموجودين في المخيمات لان جزء كبير ما قاعدين يستغل هنا ده الكلاب هاوس. And then from there I will close this and then we'll proceed in the clubhouse. Thank you.
Okay. Is it echo?
Yeah, go on. Now it's fine.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Brother Mujazi. The rest of moderators, the panelists, and our esteemed and distinguished audience who have joined you for the past few hours, 2-3 hours, in this room and in the clubhouse and everywhere in South Sudan. Thank you for opening this home so that we can come and account for the events of August 18, 1955, which is very important in our contemporary history. Like you said, I am not going to take too much time because most of my previous colleagues, they have given a thorough account of what happened. I am not going to repeat myself. I know talking about this important event, you need at least 2 to 3 hours, to get into the nitty-gritty of exactly what happened in 1955. But of course, we are not going to do that because we don't have much time. I'm going to categorize my presentation in 3 forms. First, I will just give to you the events that preceded August 18 itself, what happened in the previous weeks or months before we got there. And then, of course, I'm not going to talk about what happened in Torit actually on that day between Captain Salah Abdel Majid, who was the company commander, who was supposed to lead the convoy from Torit to Juba, then to Khartoum. And then I will talk briefly about the immediate cause of the failure of the uprising. So let me begin with the events that preceded the meeting on August 18. I think, first of all, so that we can understand exactly how and why it happened. The first event for us to know is about Sir Alexander Knox, the British Governor General, who was still the supreme power or governor in the country. So that is one. Number 2, the British Army was still in the Sudan at that time, particularly in Khartoum and Port Sudan, because they were in the process of evacuation to go back to their country. But there was no British force in the south at the time. They all, like I said, based on the documents that came across, They were in Khartoum and Port Sudan. The third point is, by then, of course, all of us, we know Ismail al-Azhari was elected as prime minister, interim prime minister. He was in charge of transition, because before independence, you need somebody to take care of the government to lead into independence. In the elections of, I think, 1953-54, Ismail al-Azhari was elected as prime minister to see the smooth transition of power to the Sudanese people from the British monarch. Fourthly, the National Unionist Party of Ismail al-Azhari was the majority in the parliament. They had around 97 members in the parliament. No, the parliament consists of 97 members. Out of these 97, 23 seats were allotted for Southerners. Out of 23, 11 were members of the Liberal Party, while the other 12 were either independents or members of northern political parties, especially of Ismail al-Azhari National Unionist Party. Number 5, the process for Sudanization started at that time, because the British were leaving. Now they want to Sudanise positions, particularly the civil service in the country, administration, police, military, prisons, etc., etc. Southerners, of course, were disappointed when out of some people say 800, some people say 900. I don't know exactly which one is correct, but let us say 900. Southerners were given, out of this, some say 8 positions, some say 4 positions. But I would like to go with the 8 positions out of 800 or 900. Though out of 8, maybe 4 were junior positions only. So, of course, Southerners were very much disappointed. And in their place, everybody would feel the same way, because imagine out of 900 positions for the whole country. And then South Sudan, always we believe that we represent 1/3 of the country. If you take 1/3 of 900, at least 300 positions should have been given to Southern Sudanese at the time. But of course, we also do understand that in terms of education, Southerners who are not well educated based on the British policy at that time, while majority of Northerners were educated better than Southern Sudanese at the time. But it's still, that shouldn't be the main reason, to keep Southern Sudanese in that awkward position, which is very unfortunate. The 6th point, there was a battalion size in Equatoria Corps, sometimes called Equatoria Corps or Equatoria Southern Sudan Defense Force, which is part of the Sudan Defense Force, which Brother Daniel mentioned earlier. So by that time, of course, the headquarters of Southern Corps was in Torit, solely composed of Southerners and Northern officers. That is a very unfortunate part of it. We have foot soldiers who are Southerners, and then officers who are Northerners. Because by then we had no educated class or those who went to military academy, to become officers. Keep in mind, in 1924, after the abortive uprising of Ali Abdul Latif, who is considered Southerner, but it's still, this is a fantastic issue to me, because the Nubians are claiming that Abdul Latif, his father is from Nuba Mountain, and mother is from South, Dinka. Southerners now are saying, no, Ali Abdul Latif is Dinka, Nuba. This is a disputed history. We need to do more research to know exactly the identity of Ali Abdul Latif, whether he's from Nuba Mountain or from Southern Sudan or South Sudan right now. But anyway, after the 1924 mutiny, the British issued an order that no Southerners should be accepted to military academy. That was the end of the story until the decision was not reversed until 1956 after independence. But also, few Southerners were taken into military academy at that time. People like Samuel Abu John Kabash. So,
Ustaz Mujazif, sorry, my apology, Ustaz Tito, just for the sake of the public benefit. There is any way, I know you are very fluent in Arabic. Can you mix both languages just for the public benefit, please?
Okay, sure. خلاص ما في مشكلة. خليني نتكلم بالعربي عشان الناس يفهم. الناس يقدر يفهم. شكرا لكم فرانسيس. نعم. أنا وقفت في النقطة السادسة إنه في الجنوب كان في قوة بيقول له ورطة توريد بعربي بتاعنا البسيط. فالقوة ده مكون من جنوبيين فقط زي ما بيقول الأخ داني شرف ده أنا ما أقدر نرجع فيه. القوة مكون من جنوبيين لكن الضباط كلهم شماليين للأسف الشديد. ليه؟ لأنه ما كان في جنوبيين متعلمين كتار. زي ما انتم عارفين التعليم كان في الجنوب متخلف شديد يعني البريطانيين ما فتحوا مدارس في الجنوب عشان كده التعليم بسيط، الناس اللي تعلموا بسيطين جدا. ده واحد. نمرة اثنين الحكومة البريطانية أو الحكومة بتاعت الاستعمار في سنة 24 بعد الثورة بتاع علي عبد اللطيف بتاع 24 ده الحكومة البريطانية طلع قرار إنه ما في جنوبي يدخل الكلية الحربية. فمن زمن ذاك ما في الجنوب بياخذوا كليه حربيه، الناس اللي في كليه حربيه كلهم شماليين. القرار ده ما لغوه الا سنه 56 على ما اعتقد ولا سنه 57. بعدها بدأوا يشيلوا جنوبيين واحد اثنين يدخلوا كليه حربيه. فده السبب الرئيسي اللي خلى انه الضباط في الجنوب يكون كلهم شماليين، قاعده بتاعت ورطه بتاعت توريد. لكن كان في حسب ترقيات استثنائيه لبعض ضباط الصف زي نستفين ناس يعني بدل عملوهم ملازمين. لكن طبعا ليميتد اديوكيشن يعني التعليم ما كان كفايه، ما كان عندهم مسؤوليات كبيره جدا يعني. عشان كده القاده بتاعت الجيش من شماليين. التقسيم بتاع الوقت ده كالاتي. بتاعت الأوردو بتاعت توريد ده بيقول له شنو كمبانيز هو سرايا أو سرية. كمباني دي سرية بتكون في الجيش السوداني أنا ذاك بتكون من 120 نفر. فالسرية الثانية في توريد في الرئاسة بتاعت الأورتزار. السرية الثالثة كان في واو، والسرية الرابعة كان في كابويتا، والسرية الخامسة في ملكات. لكن في بعض المدن الصغيرة ده يعني في بلوتونز اللي هو فصائل. فصيلة ده بتكون من 35 نفر اللي هو 3 جماعة يعمل لك فصيلة واحد، وده غالبا فصيلة قائد بتاعه بيكون ضابط برتبة ملازم في الجيش. فدير وزنون في الجنوب يعني تلقان في جوبا في فصيلة، في جنب في فصيلة وهكذا. بعدين زي ما أنا قلت يعني ضباط أو ضباط الصف يعني مثلا شاوشية وأمباشا زي ما بنقول له أمباشا هو عريف هسه وكده. دير كان في جنوبيين شوية فيه، من ضمنهم أسامي مثلا زي رينالدو لوريا وعلي بطلة، وفي واحد اسمه منديري جاكا وتافين لودينجي البينو تومبي نيان دين and few others. دول كانوا non commissioned officers في القوة بتاعت توريد بتاع الجنوب. الحاجة نمرة 7 الإداريين في الجنوب كويس. يعني مثلا محافظين زمن ده بيقول له governor، لكن ما كانوا يعني ما كانوا governor بتاع ولايات. زمن ده كان في محافظات. يعني احنا عارفين انه لغايه سنه 56 كان في 9 محافظه في السودان، في الجنوب في 3. وانت عندك يقول محافظين وعندك مساعدين بتاع محافظين وضباط المجالس، وكل كان بيقول لهم مأمور. دول كلهم شماليين، ما فوق ولا جنوبي واحد. كويس. بالرغم من انه يعني قبل الاستقلال كان عينوا تقريبا 4 ولا 5 مساعدين، مش يعني مش ضباط اداريين بالكامل، لكن عينوا حوالي 3 ولا 4 من ضمنهم كلمة أمبور، يعني one of the prominent ضباط الإداريين عينوهم زمن ذاك. فباقي المحلات البسيط دي وظائف الدنيا ده كان في جنوبين، يعني حتى الضباط بتاع الشرطة، الضباط بتاع البوليس وشنو بتاع السجون سوري، دول كلهم كانوا شماليين في الجنوب. النقطة رقم 8 سياسيا طبعا في احزاب، يعني مثلا زي ليبرال بارتي وما شابه ذلك، لكن كان برضه سياسيا الجنوب ما كان يعني ايكول في السياسه مع الشماليين. يعني عندك احزاب اللي هو زي الليبرال بارتي ده الحزب الوحيد اللي كان زمن ذاك موجود قاعد يمثل الجنوبيين. وحتى في المؤتمر بتاع القاهره سنه 53 مؤتمر تقرير المصير ما نادونا فيه، يعني ما نادوا فيه الجنوبيين، يعني شافونا زي انه الناس ما عندهم كلمه، ما في لا يجيبهم، في ناس ثانيين يقرروا نيابه عنهم. فالشماليين هم المشوا القاهره مع انجليز ومصريين، هم اللي قرروا المصير بتاع السودان لنا كله. فده برضه سبب خيبه امل، يعني a lot of Southerners were disappointed because of that, and they had a reason to be disappointed لأنه عملية ما كان سليم. أنت البلد بتاعك المفروض يشاوروك فيه، يسألوا رأيك، أنت رأيك شنو في حاجات بتاعت البلد، لكن هو ignored. فده خلف عدم الثقة وجاب مشكلة إنه الجنوبيين ما يثق في الشماليين، يعني إنه الشماليين قاعدين يعملوا حاجة ضد الجنوبيين and they were right. I will not blame they were right. يعني أنت لو شايف مثلا أنا أخوك يعني إحنا قاعدين في البلد معاك سوا، المفروض تشاركني على الأقل، يعني حتى لو كان شاب يشيلوا معاه نفرين ولا 3 في الريليشن، لكن ما حصل. So because of that الجنوبيين ما شاركوا في مؤتمر حق تقرير المصير. ويعني هو مثلا الموضوع بتاع السودانيزيشن اللي انا اتكلمت فيه قبل شويه بعد الاستقلال طبعا، والكلام ده واحد من اعضاء الجنوبيين هو رئيس بتاع الحزب عضو بتاع برلمان المنتخب بنجامين لوكي، ده كان رئيس حزب بتاع الليبرال بارتي كويس، ومعاه باول لوغالي. ده ابو هيلاري لوغالي، واحد من اقطاب بتاعت جبهه الجنوب في الستينيات، وكان بقى وزير ورئيس برلمان بتاع الجنوب بعد فقير بتاع دي شباب كويس. باول لوغالي كان chairman of جوبا political committee. هي ما حزب سياسي، لكن هم كون الجسم ده عشان انه يشوف بعض المسائل السياسيه اللي بتهم اهل المنطقه. فهم قالوا راي انه يا جماعه اللي حصل ده ما صح، الكلام ده ما كويس، واحنا دي بلدنا والمفروض يشاركونا وكده. لكن طبعا جاحلون، ما في زول تشتغل بيهم. هم عارفين انه ده بدايه لسوء معامله بعدين في الإسلام، يعني في حاجه جايه اسوء من كده لما البريطانيين يطلعوا. عشان كده هم طالبوا بالنظام الفدرالي، انه الجنوب السودان تحكم فدراليا. لما يكون في نظام فدرالي ده كل زول بيقدر يوظف موارد بتاعه وتاكسيس وحاجات بشكل يقدر يحكم نفسه، يكون عندك بوليس بتاعك، يكون عندك نظام بتاعك كده. وحتى يعني الشيء بتاعت السنترال جفرمنت ده انتوا حتشاركوا فيه زي في الانظمه الفدراليه الموجوده حول العالم. نمرة 9 مشكله بتاعت اللغه. الجنوبيين طبعا كانوا شغالين لغه انجليزيه، يعني بعد دخول بتاع البريطانيين في جنوب السودان زي ما نحن كلنا سمعنا وعرفنا ان البريطانيين حاربوا مدارين اللغه العربيه او الثقافه العربيه في الجنوب والاسلام ولبس الجلاليب وحاجات. فكانت اللغه الانجليزيه هي اللغه السائده في الجنوب. وزير التربيه في ديسمبر على ما اعتقد ما اعرف سنه 48 سنه 50 عبد الرحمن اسمه علي عبد الرحمن اعلن انه اللغه العربيه تكون لغه رسميه في السودان كله بما فيه الجنوب. يعني كلام بالانجليزي وما انجليزي ده احنا ما دايرين. طبعا السياسه كان سياسه تعريب، ومنه اسلم بتاع السودان كله انه يكونوا مسلمين. لانه في حاجه انا بديت ان احنا نفهم انه السودانيين، وانا قلت الكلام ده قبل كده، السودانيين كل السياسه اللي من سنه 56 لغايه ما الجنوب انفصل في راسهم انه الجنوب ده مشكله بتاعه بسيط. مشكله الجنوبيين كلهم بقوا مسلمين وكلهم بقوا بيتكلموا عربي، ما هيكون في تمرد، ما هيكون في مشكله. وده تشخيص الغلط، يعني wrong diagnosis of the problem. المشكله ما مشكله اوروبا ولا مشكله الاسلام، لكن مشكله المواطنه الحقوق. فدي يمكن باختصار شديد يا اخوانا التسع نقاط اللي ادى الى تمرد بتاع توريد سنه 55. زي ما انا قلت انا ما اقدر اخش في تفاصيل بتاعت التمرد، حاجات المكاتبات التامه وكده هياخد معنا وقت، وزي ما الاخ مجازف قال الوقت ما بيسعف، لكن نحن هنواصل يعني في الايام الجايه. انا قلت مجازف وتريزا والناس اللي كلهم عندهم غرف نحن نستمر، لانه الحكايه ما انتهت بس في 55 زي ما جبال جريكو فرانسيس ذكر لنا. جيني بدا ابوه من عالمين في الكونغو 3 شهر، وفي يعني قصص كثيره. فنحن حنواصل لانه بعد تمرد بتاع توريد في النهايه التمرد فشل. by August 30th و August 31st بعد الجماعه استسلموا. في ناس رفضوا، وده انا بعتبر ده اكبر خطا خانه بتاع عمل الاستسلام ده، لكن طبعا غشهم. وعنها هنعرف بعدين يعني من اسباب الفشل الفشل بخش فيه. لا انا هوشوش ده بيكون اخر نقطه اللي انا هتكلم فيه. لكن هم استسلموا لانه البريطانيين قالوا لهم يا جماعه هيكون في محاكمه عادله وتستسلموا وكده. هم كان فعلا حاولوا يستنجدوا بالقوى البريطانيه الموجوده في كينيا، في مكاتبات وفي حاجات كله موجوده موثقه. وحتى رد بتاع الجيش البريطاني في كينيا قال لهم شنو كده، الكلام ده كله موجود. لكن انا قلت ما في وقت هسه، وحتى انا ما عندي انا في الشغل. فدي يعني باختصار شديد حاجه اسباب خلى الاحداث في الجنوب يبدا تاخذ طابع بتاع ريبليون. ومنه يوم مشاكل بتاع وزاره وشنو الجواب القاضي انه اسماعيل الازهر يو كتبوا وقبضوه وكده وحاجات ادى الى احداث بتاع 55. في يوم 18 55 طلبوا انه يعني اوريدي رسلوا برقيه قال الجنوبيين فرقه ده يعني في كمباني من توريت يمشي يشارك في استقلال بتاع البلاد. لكن قال لهم يا اخي انتوا تمشوا بيدكم 10 ما تشيلوا معاكم سلاح، هتلقوا سلاح تقتلوا. في عسكريه الكلام ده غلط. يعني عسكريه انه انت بتسلم سلاح بيد الشمال مثلا وبتستلم سلاح، يعني انت بتاخده ده وبتستلم طوال السلاح الجديد اللي دايرين مكتوب. ما في حاجه، ما في عسكري بيقولوا يا اخي يعني سريه كامل يشيلوكم يد 10 زي ملكيه كده، ما في حاجه. فهم دول شعروا انه في حاجه غلط ماشي يحصل، عشان كده رفضوا. ولما النقيب صلاح عبد الماجد ده اللي هو غايب بتاعه امر سواق بتاعه قال له يا اخي وامشي، السواق قال له هذا قام ضربه بمسدس على معتقل ومات، وهكذا بدات التمرد. فدي باختصار شديد الاحداث السبق تمرد بتاع توريد. ناو انا داير نقرا لكم بعض الاسامي للمنفعه العامه. زي ما جبال انا ما اعرف اقرا الظاهر هو قرا بعض اسامي بطل دانجر ذكر بعض الاسامي، وانا هذكر لكم بعض الاسامي في الليست بتاع الناس اللي تم محاكمتهم الحكمون بالاعدام وبالسجن، لكن كواليتي بتاعت الورقه ده بقى شديد. انا ما حقدر اقرا اسم واحد منه بقى فعلا فشل، لكن انا بحاول بقدر الامكان to get a complete list. If I could get it, then maybe one day we can get it kind of video. This one I have time. Okay. في زول جبل ذكر من المتحدثين انه كان في underground movement للحكايه ده، وصح لانه ما كان في اثنين ممكن سياسيين فقط those who were involved، لكن التمرد ده سولي بتاع صفدبات هم اللي قاموا بالعمليه دي. فانا هقرا لكم members of the underground movement in the Equatorial Corps who would have led the uprising and who were arrested and detained and likely accused of conspiracy. يعني الامر اكتشف، انا ما اعرف الحاصل شنو، لكن الامر اكتشف وفي ناس يعني اعتقلوهم قبل ما يعملوا حاجه. طيب اساميهم يهو رغيب او رغيب اول اسمه لوبيو، اسم واحد بس لانه اسامي ده ما كامل يعني ما فول نيم. تاني في رغيب اسمه اكيج، في رغيب تاني اسمه لاتويا، في رغيب اللي هو ساجن اسمه موسى، في رغيب اللي هو شاويش لومونيا، وفي عريف اللي هو كوبرال لافوتا. ديل قبضوهم قبل احداث بتاعت يوم 18 كويس. Okay, immediately after the arrest of Corporal Ogoyo, the company number 2 came under the direct command of Lieutenant Tafeng. زي ما أنا ذكرت لك من قبل تافeng رغو بقى ملازم. Upon the discovery of his name on the plot, Lieutenant Tafeng, who was on his way to Wau on duty, was also ordered back to Juba on pretext that he was going to collect the salaries of the army of Torit. On arrival, Tafeng and his bodyguards were placed under arrest. كويس. القضاء على رؤوس بتاعت الحركة دي برضو أثر في فشل في الحركة بتاعت 18 أغسطس. بالإضافة إلى الجماعة دي ده أنا أقرأ لكم بعض الأسامي الناس اللي قبضون. تم ملازم تافeng لودينجي ده توريد، ساجن ميجر لوبوهو لوهية هيدكوترز ده من توريد برضه، لانس كوبرال ده وكيل عريف، سيلفيو أولوني توريد، ساجن ميجر موتك إنكوم توريد، ساجن ميجر اللي هو ده ساجن ميجر هو رغيب أول، ساجن ميجر أكيو لابوتوموي ده مسؤول عن الإشارات، ده ماسك إشارات بتاعت الفصيلة في توريد برضه. يعني كريم ماكن دي الناس المهمين يا كلهم قبضون قبل أحداث بتاعت اللجنة. في ساجن لاتار ليلون توريد، في ساجن سولون ده من وحدة بتاعت المهندسين في توريد برضه ده قبضه. سجن ساموسا من توريد، سجن لومانيا لوميروك لوميروك توريد، ولانس كوبرول اللي هو وكيل عريف ياسيا يانكي ده من توريد برضه. عندك عريف لوفوتيا إكيلي توريد. عندك رقيب ساجن نيومبي مالاوا تركيكا. عندك رقيب نيمايا برومالي توريد. عندك رقيب أكيم دليبا تركيكا. عندك رقيب ياكوبو جوبا. ورن اوفيسر ده سول ورن ساجن ولا ورن ساجن ماجن سولاي لو بوهو
ده فيه اساميهم ده كل قصص ولا ده المفسرين؟
لا ده العساكر كويس. ده كان في اجازه. وعندك ساجن ماجن ماريو اوكيلو ده بتاعت السيجنال اللي هو اشارات في توريد. سامويل كولر كابويتا. ساجن ساموني مفتى واو. عندك ساجن ميجر تاتليانو كابويتا. عندك ساجن إيجيديو أوكوير كابويتا. عندك ساجن ميجر ميزان ده ملكال. عندك ساجن أودوم أوتو ملكال. عندك كوبرول أدينغو لا تويلي تركيكا. ده بعض الأسماء الورد للناس اللي كانوا المفروض يشتركوا لكن اعتقلوهم قبل الأحداث. طيب أنا أختم كلامي بأسباب أو causes بتاعت الفيلير of the mutiny. ليه الميتنج بتاع توريد ده فشل؟ أنا بلخص لكم في حاجات بسيطة بس مجازف وبعد ده أنا بختم. The Torit mutiny was also impeded يعني معوقات الخلة الإدارة أو الميتني ما تنجح. التطور الإداري والتعليم تحت الإدارة البريطانية والتخطيط والتنسيق والتنفيذ ما كانوا محكم. لأنه أنت لما تكون ما عندك ناس متعلمين كويسين اللي يقدر، لأنه الريبيليون ده له رأس من الناحية العسكرية كيف إنه تخطط عشان إنه ينجح. أنت دار لك استخبارات يجمع لك المعلومات، استخبارات مضادة شنو يعني حاجات دي كله ما كان متوفرة. أبو هادنا ديل عملوا العلوم على حسب مقدرة بتاعهم كويس. عمل علوم على حسب مقدرة بتاعهم. الحاجة الثانية financial resources كويس. ما عندهم، ما في قروش عشان انت تتحرك وتقدر تعمل حاجات هنا وهناك. ده مهم برضه. الميليتري فورسز اللي كان موجود بالذات في موضوع بتاعت الاستخبارات العسكرية، وده هم كان اصلا ما عندهم. عشان كل انا قريت ما فوقوا عسكري واحد بتاع الاستخبارات اللي بيجيب لكم معلومات يعرف انه شنو اللي قاعد يحصل في خرطوم وفي مناطق دي كله ما في كويس. والفيجن ذاته كان ما واضح. صح هم دايرين جنوب، لكن بعد ما مثلا يمسكوا الجنوب ده هيديروا الجنوب كيف؟ ده كان برضو مشكله لعدم وجود الارتباط بين السياسيين والعساكر. ده بغير نفرين بس هم اللي كانوا قدروا، وانا هذكر اساميهم بعدين كويس. السياسي الجنوبيين اللي كانوا متعلمين بسيطين دول كانوا مشتتين. they were scattered in all southern provinces يعني ما كانوا في محل واحد. والاتصالات برضه زمن ذاك يا هو ما في تليفون، ناس شغالين بحاجه اسمه تلغراف تمشي تعمل اشاره وشنو ده كله كان مشكله. المواصلات عشان تتحرك من منطقه لمنطقه كان في صعوبه برضه يعني it was not possible difficulty. عشان كده هم ما قادرين يتصلوا مع بعض ويشوفوا ناس جوا قاعدين يعملوا شنو، ناس توريد قاعد يعملوا شنو، ناس ملكال وكده جاهزين وحاجات ده ما كان حكايه. فدي كل عوامل ادى لفشل بتاعت العمليه. النفرين اللي كانوا متعلمين وسط جماعه دلنا هم تامون، واحد اسمه تامون وفي واحد اسمه رومي ديل هم اللي كانوا في.
انت قاصد رومي وتامون الاكثر ناس عملوا معهم تحقيق ده؟
يس ايوه ما عشان كده هم تعرضوا للتحقيقات لانه دول نفرين اللي كانوا هم في اتصال او في كونكشن، عندهم كونكشن مع الحركه ده طوالي. كويس نفرين دول تامون ورومي نفرين دول they risk their lives on behalf of Southerners to work collaboratively with the soldiers in Equatoria Corps. فخليني أضيف هنا يا أخ مجازف والإخوة كله عشان نقدر ندي فرصة لباقي الناس. زي ما أنا قلت كلام كتير يعني إحنا it will take time for us to digest and get into nitty-gritties لحاجات الكتير حصل، لكن زمن ما في. فأنا بجيب هنا شكرا على الفرصة وربنا يبارك.
يا شكرا استاذ تيتو كثير للمعلومات القيمه دي. ان شاء الله هننظم برامج كثيره تكون لمده حلقات طويله، لكن يكون سيستماتيك عشان نقدر المعلومات دي كلها تنسق بطريقه صح، ويكون في زمن كفايه انه التاريخ يكتب نفسه من خلالكم انتوا اللي قدرتوا عايشوا جزء من الاحداث دي، وبرضه ممكن اخذتوها من بعض الناس الكبار اللي كان منكم كمان. شكرا كثير. انا بشكر الناس اللي معنا في الفيسبوك، ربنا يبارككم، ونقول لكم لو عندكم زمن ممكن تنضموا لنا على الكلاب هاوس، وبعد ذاك هندي فرص للناس، لكن اي زول يحاول بقدر المستطاع يختصر، عشان بصراحه دايرين نتكلم عن الديبيت، والديبيت ده يكون مهم جدا خاصه للدكاتره الموجودين او الاساتذه الموجودين، عشان نشوف انه نحن مدى تفاهمنا للموضوع بتاعت الايفين اللي حصل سنه 1955، والفكره شنو ذاته انه الناس تمشي لقدام بهذه الامور، ولماذا يرفض حكومه جنوب السودان يعني الاحتفال بهذا اليوم العظيم، يعني بغض النظر انه ما نجح للدرجه ذاك، لكن ادى بدايه بتاعت الشراره بانه الانسان يفهم عن انه داير يطالب بحقوقه. استاذ ادمز انا بديك فرصه. I would like اخونا مكادني ممكن تنتظر شويه انت قبل ادمز، لكن ندي our elder brother فرصه، وبعد ذاك انا بديك فرصه، وبعد ذاك نمشي لمستر بيس. شكرا. استاذ ادم بليز كان يو جو اهيد. شكرا.
شكرا مجازف. السلام عليكم كلكم، الناس في المنصه والمستمعين تحت. أنا بشكرك يا مجازف للبرنامج الشيق ده اللي جبته اليوم، وده برنامج المفروض نحن يعني كجنوبيين المفروض نحن نحتفل بها كل سنة، لكن مع الأسف يعني حكوماتنا الموجودة في جوبا ده نسى أي حاجة، هم بس أخذينه بأنه الثورة الحقيقي بتاعهم يا ثورة بتاع الحركة الشعبية اللي بدأت في عام 1983، لكن هم نسوا بأنه لو ما كان العنانيا واندا كان جنوب السودان ده الليلة كان ما موجود. أنا ما أريد أدخل كثير في التاريخ، لأنه الكلام اللي أنا عايز أقوله ذاته تيتو أخوي تيتو كل أخذ من خشمي. بس أنا في ناحية أنا عايز أتطرق فيها. كان والد مثلا قال لي يعني كيف هم قدروا يجي جابوهم في توريت، فهم أساسا قسموا جنوب السودان ده لثلاثة مقاطعات، الأجر هنا ده الأجر الاستوائية ده، في نمبر 1 كمباني اللي هو كان في توريت، نمبر 2 كمباني ده في غرب الاستوائية، ونمبر 3 كمباني هو في كابويتا.
فديل جابوهم كله في توريت. الهدف هم عايزين يكونوا قوة في الاستوائية هنا، والقوة ده ذاته في نفس الوقت ده كان في الحرب العالمية الثانية. الناس ديل شالوهم فاتوا هربوا في لاويل، شفت في حدود مع سوريا هناك، هم هربوا طليان هناك في الحدود، وبعد ذاك قام رجعهم ثاني في هناك اسمه شنو ده في توريد، وقاعد في توريد. المشاكل اللي كان في توريد ده على حسب ابوي كان بيحكي لي، ولانه وقت ذاك تعليمه كان بسيط، وقرا لقى الصف الرابع، ده ناس جابوهم من غرب السوية ودخلوه بهناك كبشكاتب، هو شغال كبشكاتب. وقت ذاك جابوهم وهو جاب فات في جوبا، وسواق الاساس يمسك يجيبه في اللوجيستيك بتاعت الجيش. وبرجوع بتاعه جاء راجل لقوا خلاص الحريقه ده قام يوم 18 اللي هو كان في ليريا، منطقه بتاع ليريا ده هم قاعدوا وجوصل في توريد هناك خلاص اي حاجه يقولوا برجع. الناس المسكوهم والشردوا وهم ذاته يتقلوا قال يا هم ذاته من ضمن الناس اللي ذاك الاساميهم في موجود سجل ذاك الناس اللي قاموا بالحركه. وبعد ذاك جابوهم من هنا، ادوهم هنا ذاك ادوهم في هنا ولا في السجن، حكموه ب5 سنة في السجن، و5 سنة ده قضوا في هنا في سواكن يمشي يحفر ملح. ده ناس اللي كانوا عندهم في السواقن في بورسودان. لكن الحرب اللي حصل في توريد ده قال كان فظيع، يعني هو حكى لنا بأنه ناسنا ديل كمان قتل العرب ديل بطالة، حتى نساوين بتاع العرب ديل ما خلوه، يعني في مجازر كان كده كان صعب، يعني أنا بتاع زول قال لك ما بقدر بشوف. فده حاجة اللي هو حكى عليه. هو طبعا بيعرف يا ناس شو اللي يا ناس علين قتل ناس توبين ديل كان كله والزملاء اللي كان جدا، لأنه هو في نمبر 2 كومباني التوبين كان جابوه بقى رئيس راس بتاعهم كان. فده حاجات له عليه. بعدين يعني هم في زمانهم هم كانوا ما بيفكروا زي نحن هسه حاليا ده الجيل بتاعنا حاليا ده. تفكيرهم كان بعيد المدى، هم عايزين بانه قال الاجيال الجايين ده الاجيال ده يجي يقعدوا في الحريه والعداله والمساواه. ده السبب اللي هم قدموا نفوسهم فيها كمان. لكن هسه حاجه اللي حصل شنو؟ هل نحن كجنوبيين، انا قاعد اتكلم عموما كجنوبيين، هل عندنا حريه؟ هل عندنا في عداله في البلد ده؟ هل في حريه التعبير؟ يعني واحد هسه مثلا بداك الجبل انا بمشي بيعبر عن نفسي بحر كده، يعني ما في زول بمسكني ولا يتكلم معي ولا انا ما في. هل في حريه بتاع التعليم؟ ما في. هل حريه بتاعت العلاج؟ بالنسبه لي انا كانسان اذا كان انا كبير في العمر ده انا مريض، هل انا بقدر بلقى في دواء؟ هل الحكومه بقدر بسندني بيعمل لها حاجات الاجر مثلا ابوهات بتاعنا يتنادلوا من اجله ده؟ انا بقدر بخطف ثمار بتاع الحاجات ده كله؟ ما في. والسبب شنو؟ واحد لما يسال السبب ده شنو ذاته؟ ليه خلانا نحن واي وي ار ساوثرنز وي ار جريد؟ ليه نحن ما قدرنا نعمل حاجه كويس؟ هسه اللي ده اسمه شنو ده؟ المقاومات القوميه القاعد كله في جوبا ده ما انيا وان انفراستراكشر لسه هم قاعدين فوق الحكومه ده قاعدين فيها ده انيا وان حكومه تعمل شنو؟ انيا وان ده نظم لك الدوله ده، يعني حتى ناس ملكال ولا واو ولا مدن الصغار كله ده، حتى توريد ده إذا لو مشيت في يامبيو كان وقت ده في 72 73 تبي بيانو بلدان أجد ده كان الأماكن ده كله منظم وده كله ببجت البسيط اللي كان وقت ده قاعدين يا رب ده قاعدين دي. اليوم عندنا بترول، عندنا في ذهب، عندنا في أشياء كثيرة، في معادن كثير قاعدين نبيعوا برا. ليه جنوب السودان ده شعب بتاعه ما مبسوط ليه؟ أسباب بتاعه شنو ذاته؟ ده المفروض كان كله جنوبي قاعد يسأل نفسه. خليك من العملية بتاع قبلية بأن يا كده دنكاي ولا ده مراي ولا ده لتوكاي ولا ده شنو ده. أنت ده أسأل نفسك، هل أنت مستفيد من الدولة بتاعك ده؟ هل عيالك مستفيد من الدولة بتاعك ده؟ كيف المستفيد من الدولة ده منه؟ وليه نحن نخلي زول الوحيد ده هو المستفيد؟ ونحن الباقيين ده كله قاعدين نتعب. وليه بلد ده ذاته يكون طارد بالنسبة لنا نحن كلنا في المهجر؟ يلا في مجموعة معينة قاعدين في البلد هناك متمتعين ماشيين أحسن عربات، أحسن ملابس، أحسن أكل، وتانيين قاعدين بيشتغلوا زي الخدادين للدولة بدون مهية، يقعد 8 شهور 9 شهور ما يصرف ولا أي حاجة. قال لي الدولة ده نحن قابلانين بيه كجنوبيين. واحد قال ينسى نفسه ليه كان وقت ده كان يعني ده وقتهم جاء بالبجت بتاعهم البسيط ده. مواهب بتاع ناس أجر شهر كل زول قاعد يصرف، كل زول قاعد يجيبوا أكل في بيت لعياله، كل زول قاعد يلبس عياله في دواء مجانا. دي الأسئلة في الحكومة ده هم قروا في جامعات مجانا، دفعوا لهم إعانات ذات في جامعة بتاعهم ده. ملابس دام كان في جامعات قاعدين يوكوي بيغسلوا مجانا. أنا دوم منحة دراسية بدون نيبوتيزم. المنحة الدراسية ده أي قبيلة فيه فوق يا مصر شال 300 ده حال ده كان كله كان أجل إيكواتوريانز. 300 ده كله ملخبط. تلقى فيها دنكاو، تلقى فيها زانداو، تلقى فوق مورا، تلقى فيها لتوكو، تلقى فيها جدرك لوكايا كلهم. القبائل السلكاوي وينادى كله فيه موجود في الطلبة اللي كان جابهم في مصر ده. دي حاجة المفروض الحكومة بتاعت اس بي لم يعمل حاجة بالطريقة ده. ده كان جنوب ده بيصلى. وقت ده كان قاعد يتكلم في الحكومة، ما في شخص بيتكلم في الحكومة. لكن اليوم بس لما نشوف كده أنا ببكي، يعني ببكي لحالة بتاعتنا نحن كجنوبيين. أنا ببكي لأنه كلام اتكلمت ما في لها أي تأثير في ناس ديل اللي قاعدين في الحكم ده. أنا ما أعرف أشكال بتاع ناس ديل، الحال دي بني آدم ولا ديليا جايين من محل تاني. لأنه لو هم بشر زينا كان كده، كان كلامهم اللي يتكلموا في الميديا ده كان لمس قلوبهم، هم كانت تتغير. بس مع الأسف ما في تغيير هنا، وما في تغيير هنا. حاجة أنا ده أقول لكم أنتوا شباب ده وأخواني من كل القبائل بتاع جنوب السودان ده، النضال لازم يستمر، نضال لازم يستمر. حاجة اللي قال يا أخي قال أنا أجل أخوي بأخوي ده، ما الحكومة ده ما بنفع. الحكومة ده عاوزه دواس بس، دواس هو بيفهم. لكن أنا أخوي وأخوي أنا أقعد كده لقاعد ما الشمس ده يحترق من الدنيا ده. وشكرا لكم.
شكرا my elder brother أستاذ Adams. شكرا كثير على كلامك. أنا كنت قاعد أستمع بتأمل لحديثك، ما دار أعلق فيه كثير، لكن ندي فرصة لأستاذ مكاني. أنت ممكن you go ahead and I'm going to close the Facebook. For those who are in the Facebook, I was just waiting for Ustaz Adams to finish his words. And then,
can you give me a chance before you close Facebook?
Okay. McCartney, can I give chance to Mr. Peace? Makangi. Anyway, go ahead. I know it's getting late, and then okay, he said okay. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Peace, please, and be precise, and also don't go for long. Thank you.
I'm not gonna go in for long. I'm not making history. Shukran. McCartney,
Charles, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So thank you very much, our brothers from Equatorians nation and all Yarantana Kula Mustamirin Hina. Mujasib will give you salutation, for hosting this anniversary. My greetings to you all, our separatists here, as true Equatorian citizens. This is General Charles Pearson, the leader of Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice Movement. I'm proud separatist, proud Equatorian. Yeah, Brother Mujasif. Salam take, my student is greeting me there. Brother Mujasif and all the Equatorians. The 1955 August 18 revolution or mutiny, it was against injustice. It was against inequalities and the prosperity that was going on in the north and not in the colonial South Sudan now. I salute our Nyanyawan freedom fighters, those who died, those who are still alive, and one you see in my photo there. I believe he's the second, or maybe two of them who are left here. No, the other one died, the tall one died. But on the left, he's still alive. This is the first time when they parade the Anyanya after the independence of South Sudan. But the Mujasif and all the moderators, the history has been changed. The true history of revolution has been hijacked. Today, the colonies in the colonial South Sudan, they don't want to celebrate the independence of the colonial South Sudan that was initiated in Torit. Remember, it is also a bullying by the colonies by putting so that by putting 18 August as a Veteran Day, and this came after some of us even fought on Facebook and Yahoo and writing articles for South Sudan nation, condemning the government of South Sudan not recognizing the 18 August until Gal the Veteran Day. Really, it's not a Veteran Day, it is the Liberation Day. That's the first time the people in the colonial South Sudan staged liberation against injustice. Then veteran. Equatorians need to maintain 18 August 1955 as a Liberation Day. The Martyrs' Day after the Battle of Kudo, of Isua. That is in 1963, November 08. When the Anyanya won the victory in Iswa, that is in my village of Langario, one of the villages, just on the Torit Highway. That victory marked also the end, and that from there people went for the peace talk. There was no any other battles. History cannot be changed. Today historians from the colonies in Juba, from the invaders of our land, the killers of our people, the genociders, and those who want that they are the ones that rule us. Today they change the history. Shame on them, and shame to everybody who said that he's a unionist. Now, Akim Bugul Limaza, Wana Bugul Limaza, Yana Junuba Sudan, ma bagder Ittafal, Fiyonda. I was watching the TV, Mafia Jatani Gibufogo. Gibutani Gale, Veteran House, Kalsunu Sunufogo. Gal, they are celebrating. Hal, the colonial South Sudan Broadcasting Corporation, I know the JC Broadcasting Corporation, did they go and cover the event in Himodonge, where they staged the celebration today? Or will they bring the speeches of our children and the remnants of Anyanyawan in a colonial South Sudan TV? It is even very shameful for them sometimes when you look at that TV. It's a matter of fact because the manipulation for TV, it is all women. Nehina, Equatorians must wake up. History that we need true historians. Eizol Vibelevito, a Katibu history Tanazel will identify those freedom fighters. Onazagimutu, our history is dying. Even the SPLM is dying. Yaltana Sukerinini, you start writing our history as Equatorian separatists, as a Bukura Matamja, so that you know what our messages are who are fighting for independence of Equatoria. The same history of Anyanyawan that is hijacked today will repeat itself. Those who betray Anyanyas are now writing history and hijacking Anyanya Galumo Yakan for Anyanyawan. Yage wen. Itum shakit fi mahali yato. Itum nyaka mo mahali yato. What we know the history of Anyanyawan is when they betray Anyanyawan. When they start defecting to the government, when they start fighting and forming factions, fighting for leadership. Ajedema bada fi sama takira, ajedem they inherited. These colonies will never and ever recognize your efforts in any struggle. Imagine, Kulumiri Atamamaki celebrate. In the they're asking questions. They're asking questions. Is 18 August 1955 only Equatorial Rebellion or South Sudanese Rebellion? They're asking those type of questions. Instead to celebrate. Yes, it was Equatorial Rebellion. It was Equatorial Rebellion to liberate the whole South Sudan. The answer is yes, simple. Now they are creating Nasal VIDP, girl, these are revolutionaries. Do you hear even the names of those freedom fighters? Those brave generals like General Ajede, Major Anthony Lojihit. Those of Gabriel. And those who are, the burning of Langario, Logoi, and all this area, the burning of these areas. If you guys want to know about the problem during the Nyanya, you read the problem of South Sudan by Joseph Odugo and William Nyande. These books are no longer in the library. I used to have one, but I lost it. So the Anyanya history, ma bagderu katibu ma Barghazal, ma bagderu katibu besunu be Upper Nile. Why? Because they did not participate in its beginning, in its end. You know, they only participated in the name of the government, which is the government of Sudan. That was represented by Abel Aliam. And he still hijacked it, the leadership of Anyanyawan, to be the during that time the interim president for Southern Sudan. Lakini hina bisubur. Gala aina bisubur. Subur. Until Kokora Jaja Fogo. Subur tana gata. Ya utam subur. Mo galle jibu Kokora mo rajo agaba. Jibu espele. Anna kama dumu gali aina kura hari rubele. Basi bele tala gala itum hari rubele. Itum garge saabina. So Tahrir Tana is Tahrir ta Equatoria. The Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria. That is our liberation now. A total independence of Equatoria. But if you see even after umongalo mo liberate belede limaza umoja fi bele tana te Equatoria. Zama tanyanya wanta ungibele onusu. Ma fi zoltani, rafi bele ta zoltani mabagara, ma jili to tanu, o sunu ura rija fi bele ta zoltani. Equatorian sakir fi Equatorians. Barghazal we fi Barghazal. Otani de fi Upper Nile. Le alela ba the SPL Hariro ba Tahrir fi Junuba Sudan le nas ja kulu fi Equatoria usilu arte Equatoria wa turudu Equatoria. Nena kula za bonzu de village. Demu ngonsu min Juba. Demu ngonsu min bele to fi Torit. Nena kula alfoki nada. Kulu ina lajin. والناس التهدت ممكن بسيط بيكون في جنوب ولا في Equatoria هناك. But because نحن ساعدوا ناس ثانيين عشان يحاربوا بلدهم. حالهم منحرر عشان يجي يسيلوا بلدنا. حالهم منحرر عشان يحكمونا. حالهم منحرر عشان يقتلونا. حالهم منحرر عشان يملا borders لنا. I was watching the TV when they are doing the big attempt. Kulu Malian Kulumun. Finadapal. O de Sika. Zoltan governor Sika at Kura later debate. It a bravo win. O Sika Tan Kulu so. So Equatorians, you are going to fight your way back to go to Equatoria. You are going to force yourself to be in Equatoria. Otherwise, you will end up as a refugee. And like in Mojasi, the history, we have to tell them whether they like it or not. We have to tell them this is how it is. Kalam Tagibeta Gulta military strategy or studies, you know, is a good idea. But Mulubamu later, it is us Equatorians. It is us Equatorians to mobilize funds and open a school there. In those historic places. We salute all the contributors of Anyanyawan in Equatoria. They defended the Equatoria. Was slavery. In the history of Equatoria, there was no slaves. But today we have slaves. Today Equatoria become slaves. Limaza. Equatoria become slaves in their own land. In a time when they liberate their country. In a time their people sacrifices. Yahi Loma Equatoria da. Junub Sudan de Bihari? Ma Bihari. Loma Equatoria da. Torit faction can be survived? Ma be survived. Loma Equatoria de. Referendum de can be staggered? Kulu kan Junubin ta Apanal or Barghazal kan sunu omo jara le munu the jalaba the unity kasabin sakit. The liberation of our nation as Equatorians, it to be unionize, think twice. Unity there, more attractive. The unity that we have will bring you as ile bijanangulina banangala yala binazilina fisunu enough. Kanta mutu berjao tena karob na tagi rudu kanina the separatists mungu gala na mother body then is that. What are you gonna do? Matara moni afi matara. Fisika ya moni afi fisika. Gal bade dem na momno me push. Equatorians. Is this how we want to be? Al-humulation as a gamole yaltana te Equatoria da. As the new method, Al-Bada this year, in the beginning of this year, the occupiers, the agents of JCE, the agents of the government are now killing Equatorians by motorbike. Bishilu galisila na femahal kira, be durubak bawara o bishilu motor, lo mavezato durubak o sibu best motor. Do we know this? This is a new technique of eliminating our people. Are we going to honor this? Are we going to accept this? The colonists today, they attack Mundari land. Mundari, the Mundari people, our citizens, has been bombed. Has been bombed by planes, has been bombed by artillery, have been bombed by all big weapons. Limaza. Those who attack our people in the farms, those who are killing our people in their own houses, has never been shot by even an AK-47. Madarabum. The cows that are farming, the cows that are eating our farms, our gardens, our dura, sorghum, and everything that we put down, that we planted, nobody bombed them. Instead, our people being bombed. Is that unity attractive? How unity attractive? Are we really in one country? Are we one people? Are we one people? So, Nehne Equatoria, and we are keeping quiet. As they are bombing Mundari, do you know why they want to bomb Mundari? They want to inherit the land of Mundari so that, easy for them to occupy Equatoria fully. It's so that the way is easy to come. As a Jibu Abgar Kulu Bay, not Kunta Barghazal, as a native Equatoria. We need to stand with the people of we need to resist together. And we say no. Let Equatorians be like Mali, Burkina Faso, Guinea, and Niger. The attack on one Equatorian is an attack for all Equatorians. We must be like that. Even Nehna Police Equatorial Market de Gesude, Kalas Sabatanata, our winner Kalas, Nehna Bagi News, Numulefat, Nadapal Bena Gatau, Sikatekotas Gatau, Labone Gatau, Basia Bag Bestanta Torit Makobeta, Womokulufina. Do you think that you are safe? Don't you think that they will try? You need to you need to do prevention. You need to get prepared for the future. The prevention is Don't allow colonies in your territory. Don't allow the colonies to exploit your resources. Don't allow these colonies to occupy your borders. Don't allow these colonies to use you as agents against your own people.
Brother Charles, colonies are the ones who are being colonized. You mean the colonials? You mean to say don't allow the colonials?
They want to colonize us again. Al-Mustamir. So, don't. We must, as Equatorians, now focus. The unionists in Equatoria must adjust their gears. You must adjust your tires. You must make balance on the ideology that can help our future generations. Our forefathers, they fought and they said, you know, we cannot unite with Sudan today because we don't have trust on them. How can you unite with somebody who is Albatna Malian, Otani de Jan? Musulale su Kalanda, Batna is very important. Your safety is very important. The same message that Taloli is repeating itself. Neina sabi, neina vijan, ofinas gakulu. Fuwe bakul senia baasera ace. Why is all? Samaga bejai, laham bejai, gudura bejai, janjaru bejai. Yan asantarvo, yan. Waita zatu, ita gijere jere bas. Ita gijere jere. Wadaki sulu minna. Guruza to sulu minna. The same what is happening today is the behaviors of the colonies in Juba, the JCE and Kir regime. They are behaving like Nasrans. They are behaving the Nasrani Tabarida. Now all the resources of Equatoria are deposited in a JCE Bank of South Sudan, Colonial South Sudan. All our resources are controlled by them. All our resources are exploited by them. No, we have to say no. You have to say no. It's not too late. Ibrahim Torit is now saving Burkina Faso. The Mali leaders are saving Mali, the Guineas. We Equatorians might say no. Support us to say no. This injustice must stop. And I asked one time Thomas Chirilo guys, you know, Mavizol Bodi Korea free. Silo Asaya Dugu. We need to take Asaya as a natural donazel. Can be Sot, can be Romola, can be Moyo, Al be Staka, Al Bisir Al Mustamir Abara. We can use those tools. The good ones are the ones that don't give us headache. Guiding for bloodum, you must remember Mahal Tani. You have to know they don't, this is not our problem. But those who move into our territories and chase our people, kill our people, these are the enemies. Unity is not attractive. Yes, no, unity is not attractive. Nenaka Equatorians,
unity. Charles, Commander-in-Chief, can you conclude, Commander-in-Chief? Go ahead.
Brother Mojasef. Nenaka Equatorians must celebrate our legacy. Yabe kororata na manas Mojasef في منصات في يوتيوب وعمل في فيسبوك شنو متجا قال اجري جادين رود the highway ta yeu ma suno majuba even alela vijuba kanta arabica history the Equatorians have been destroyed. Cultural heritage alfi Equatorian history kata dugudugu bara yakona nazo dere katulu our history. Our roads have been renamed. Serat Vijuba renamed. Hila Vijuba kujua samu judat. These people are killing us culturally, politically, economically, socially. They are destroying our identity. So for the interest of time, Mujasif and all the moderators and all those who are listening here, the agents of the government, the government agents in this room, we say Equatoria belongs to Equatorians. Equatoria belongs to Equatorians, and Equatorians belong to Equatorians. If you are not Equatorian, get out of Equatoria. Let's live in peace. Let's live as good neighbors, as Akwana Alcanta Bedini. But they begin to begin quest. We can intermarriage. We can, do economic transaction together as good neighbors, and we can work together in maintaining security in two countries. Our unity with the colonials, JCE and Salva Kiir regime means a total destruction, a total genocide in Equatoria. So shukran takum, Rabbuna barik fitum, Equatoria liberation is the way forward. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that is General Charles Benson, Commander-in-Chief in the Equatorian Bloc Section for Freedom and Justice for Equatoria. That is his way of speaking out. He have right to say what he want to say. If you like it or don't like it, that is his own opinions, and everybody have his own opinion that to look forward, because South Sudan is messed up. So I have nothing to comment on that. Charlie, thank you very much for coming in and giving your own, grievances and pain, that what you have, and you spoke out what you have, and also to enlighten our brothers and sisters from Equatoria also to be wise enough that, it's a time for us to act and to react and to see if this country is going really to help us to be together or not. And each one of us, of course, he have his own observations, and he's also thinking in the way how this country can be resolved. Otherwise, everybody he's responsible about his speech or his statement as well. Thank you. Brother Makangi, you go ahead and then please be precise, and عشان دار ندي elders بتاعتنا what we can discuss really to proceed from this room. And also Sister Teresa is here, and it's getting late somehow for us here, but we have to really hit some things that are very important, and to talk about the aim of this celebration and what it means for us and what we can do in the future as soon as possible, because really this event, it is very important for us, and we know that a lot of people have been killed and they sacrifice themselves for this event, and just the government just let it like that. For us, some of us, we are not happy about it. Otherwise, we should find some ways to do with this celebration. So Makangi, go ahead. Thank you.